Good morning. We're going to get ready here to get started. Welcome to the December 11th, 2024 board meeting of the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. We will take on items not itemized, and those comments are limited to 3 minutes each. Depending on the number of speakers and the time available, we may retain discretion to ask you to even have less time if necessary.
Chair Cantu, do you
Yes.
want to call the roll first?
Oh, yes. Please call the roll.
Dr. Olson,
Here.
Mr. Strawn,
Here.
Ms. Tu,
Here.
Ms. Warren,
Here.
Chair Cantu.
Here, we have a quorum. If anybody wishes to speak today on either public forum, which is not on the agenda, or something that is agendized, you need to fill out a blue card, which are in the back of the room. And that's the only way we can call on you, if you have filled out your blue card. I'll open it to public forum now. Any member of the public may address and ask questions of the board relating to any matter within the San Diego Regional Board's jurisdiction, provided the matter is not on the agenda or pending before the San Diego Water Board. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we have one card here, Robert Sanchez via Zoom. Is he queued up?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Mr. Sanchez? Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first want to say thank you for the board for allowing me to speak on behalf of this pretty important, serious issue that's going on. First of all, I just want to say a little bit about myself. I own a fire sprinkler company, and I've been licensed since 1989 to design, to install, and test automatic fire sprinklers. So I have firsthand knowledge of what happens when we discharge fire sprinkler water. This water comes out every time it comes out dark. It has a very foul odor, and this water travels across parking lots, it goes on to sidewalks, and eventually it finds its way into the storm drains. So this is happening everywhere because we're required by NFPA to perform testing on certain intervals. We have to do it quarterly, yearly, and every 5 years. And every time when we flush, again, this water comes out dark. And the reason why this water comes out dark is that 100% of the piping that is utilized in commercial and in industrial applications is black steel pipe. So once potable water enters into the pipe, the alloys of that steel pipe leach into the water. So every time we drain, the water comes out black, and again, it's coming out black because of the heavy metals. So this has been going on since the inception of fire sprinklers. So back in 2011, CAL FIRE and the California Water Resource Board, they came out with a manual to tell us as to what we're supposed to do. And there on page 10, it's pretty clear. It says turbid water due to rust and musty stagnation would be subject to BMP for containment and sediment control. But that particular statement is very weak because what it's basically saying is that the polluter should self-police themselves. And being in this business, I know for a fact that no one is going to open up a drain valve partially and see that if it's coming out dirty with rust, stop and then contain it. And the reason being is because it's not being witnessed. So that's the big issue and the big problem right now. So this is going on everywhere. So in order to make the point clear We went out there and took photos, filmed the actual pollution to let the board know what's going on, because unless if you're in the business, the vast majority of people are unaware of this problem. But it's pretty significant of the amount of pollution that is going into the storm drains that eventually finds its way into the ocean. And this heavy metals, along with chlorine, are toxins to the marine life. It plugs up the gills to fish. And then once the fish starts consuming these heavy metals, now we're talking about it entering into the food chain if someone were to consume it. So every time it rains and so forth, all this urban runoff from fire sprinklers is going directly into the ocean. And the thing is that even the fire inspectors don't know what to do about this. They'll tell us something like, why don't you just connect a hose and run it away from the storm drain and just put it into landscaping? But all you're doing is just diverting pollution from one point to another, because eventually that pollution will percolate down into the water table. So there's no reason for that, because there are different options that are available that one can deal with this dilemma. They have water trucks that can pick up this water, particularly for a fire hydrant flush. Then they have now also, you have these vacuum tanks that could be behind a service truck that can suck up the water. And then now companies come up with filtration systems, portable, affordable filtration systems that you can just wheel right to the point of discharge. You connect it, the water goes in dirty and it comes out clean. And there's no longer any heavy metals. It's below EPA's detection limit. So again, there's no reason for this to happen. So we, in turn, my company, we provided every service truck with this affordable filtration truck filter. And we did this because not only because we're complying with the BMP manual, but we're also doing it from a liability standpoint. Because many times when we flush these sprinkler systems, particularly like in a black asphalt parking lot, we literally stain that parking lot with rust. And if it's not washed down, that's going to stay there. So that's also one of the reasons why we bought these filtration units. So it's frustrating when we see other companies still out there doing it. And the reason being, again, is because many of them are not even aware of this BMP manual. And those who are don't care because it's not being witnessed. So again, it's a significant amount of pollution. Now that's just talking about fire sprinklers. Now there's another issue, and this has to do with fire hydrant flushing. Now, the only ones that are exempt having to deal with this pollution is the fire service, the fire department. Their concern is fighting a fire. They don't have no concerns as far as whether that water is coming out dirty with heavy metals. But somehow some fire protection people feel that they're exempt as well because they're dealing with a firefighting apparatus. So when it comes to fire hydrants, you have two different types. You have the yellow ones that are common, that are out there in the street that we all see. Those are maintained by the Public Works Department. Now, every year they need to be exercised, particularly the end of the line fire hydrants, because now those are not directly close to the main distribution water line. So you have underground sediment, rust that they need to clear out because they don't want that to go back into the main distribution line where that water eventually will go into someone's house and so forth. So they flush it, and they flush it to the point where they get all this sediment, all these heavy metals, and they're discharging it for about 5 minutes, which is about 5,000 gallons of this polluted water being drained directly into the storm drains. Now, the biggest problem with this is the chlorine, because the municipalities or the water district, they have to put chlorine tablets inside, because if they don't, that same water line will bring pathogens into someone's house. And if they drink it, they're going to get sick. So the problem is that chlorine, once it's flushed from these fire hydrants, it goes directly into the ocean, and it has an adverse effect on the marine life. It plugs up their gills. It has their offspring being born with abnormalities. So it's a very serious thing. All this you can Google it and you can see for yourself. So that's the problem right now, because it's like, it's a major, major situation. And then you have another type of fire hydrant. These are painted red, and these are on the property of buildings. Now, the ones that service these are fire protection companies. So they do the same thing. They exercise it and they flush it, and this dirty water shoots out for a long period of time, and they do it until the point where it's clear. All of this going into the storm drains. Now, every time you look at a storm drain, you see a stencil that says storm water only, but that's not happening. So I wanted to bring this to the attention to the board that in order for everyone to be in full compliance, that there needs to be something more stronger in the wording of the order that this polluted wastewater, illicit discharge, shall not be discharged into the storm drains, nor into the ground, nor into receiving waters. And those that do will be fined. Now you have everyone's attention, because now they will seek what other option they have to deal with this. So that was the purpose of my letter to the board. And keep in mind that this particular problem is not just isolated to Region 9, nor through California. This is a global problem because, again, black steel pipe is used on all sprinkler systems. So it's happening everywhere. So in Hawaii, for example, they are so strict to protect their waters in this island that they're fining those who are polluting this fire sprinkler water $25,000 a fine. So it's a serious problem, and I wanted to bring it to the attention to the board, because unless something is done about it, it will continue to happen. Because people, the fire protection people, and not only fire protection, also in-house personnel, because the insurance company requires them to do a quarterly test on the sprinkler system, and you don't need a license for that. So to do that, they go to the sprinkler riser, they open it up, and they look at the gauge, they want to see how far it drops down, they close it, they want to see how fast it goes back up. All this time, they are discharging this polluted water out there. So now they've come up with a new filtration system, again, an affordable one, that can be attached right adjacent to the sprinkler riser. So one can go out there and do their regular maintenance, and it's automatically filtered. So again, there's new technology to deal with this problem. And it's,
Mr. Sanchez,
yes,
I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention. I was aware of the practices and concerns of the fire hydrant, but I have to say, I never considered the sprinkling system and the risers as an issue at all. So we'll refer this to our staff, and they'll make a report back to us as to how we'll manage this. It sounds like something we should bring up at the state board level if it's something, a practice that's continuing throughout the state of California. But
Yes.
you've obviously put a lot of thought into this, and I appreciate your letter and your addressing us this morning. Thank you very much.
thank you.
We'll continue with board business, and I'll entertain a motion for a first and a second to approve the minutes as mailed.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren.
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye. Motion carries. Do the board members have anything that they would like to report and share since we've last met?
I do.
Please.
Just last week, I attended one, I think it was the second or third meeting of the Choice Creek Blue Green Initiative, and first wanted to say thank you for the invitation. I think from what I saw, it's an excellent model of collaboration. They're doing a fantastic job of bringing in stakeholders. They have a fellows program that is bringing in community members and training them in advocacy work and making sure that all their voices are at the table. I extended an invitation to a representative from Canyonlands to help put an item on our information agenda to come speak to us. I said that's the best way to flag us down for more than 3 minutes, and invited the fellows to attend any of our board meetings that they could, particularly this summer when their kids are out of school. So all in it was a wonderful experience. I was delighted to see so many people on a Wednesday morning making time and effort to talk about such important initiatives, and I look forward to going to the next meeting.
That sounds great. Thank you for attending. I know they do a really good job. Anyone else? Our state board liaison, I think it was going to be with us. Is that via Zoom or in
She's
person?
remote today. Her flight got canceled.
Okay, your flight got canceled. My heavens. Sorry to hear that.
No.
But happy to see you.
And thank you. Apologies. We had mechanical issues on the plane, and so our plane did not take off this morning.
Best not to take that then.
Yes, so I am joining remotely. So good morning, Chair Cantu, members of the board. Happy that I am able to join remote, so thank you for this option. A couple of updates here. The Safe Drinking Water Act anniversary is coming up here soon on December 16th and marks the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act, also known as the SDWA. On December 4th, the State Water Board adopted a resolution from State Senator John Laird's office. The proposed resolution designates December 16th as the Safe Drinking Water Act Day. A presentation was held at the state board meeting last week and showcased California's leadership in water protection, predating the federal Safe Drinking Water Act, along with a launch of a website featuring historical milestones and industry leader statements. I have not had a chance to look at the website yet myself. I also understand that it also has different tools on there for educators and for students to download and to use to learn more about drinking water. So I'll make sure that I did send you over some information this morning, but I don't believe it has that website on there. So I'll make sure that you also get that website. So the Bay Delta, we are still working on getting that update and workshops. And so there were workshops held on November 20th and 22nd, also on December 3rd. There will be another one on actually tomorrow, December 12th, and also on January 23rd. Comments on the January 23rd topics are due on January 30th. The notice of the workshop agenda identifies the specific topics that we covered on each day, as well as additional information on how to submit the written comments. Sigma probationary hearings. So the latest one would be the Cahuilla Subbasin. That was scheduled for January 7th. That one there has been canceled. The local groundwater sustainability agency actually submitted amended plans on June 3rd. They then submitted additional updates addressing water state staff's comments on October 3rd. State Board asked staff to please take a look at those revised updates. Just to do a high-level review, staff did that and found that based on a high-level review, that it looks as the subbasin may have satisfactorily responded. So we have, as of now, canceled that workshop, actually not workshop, hearing. And if staff are going to go ahead and continue that review, if staff find that that is the case, that will be canceled. If staff do not find that it needs to be rescheduled, we will reschedule it at a later date. The probationary hearing for the Kern County subbasin is scheduled right now for February 20th. Our administration hearings office, the AHO, has a couple of things that are occurring. Those are ex parte hearings. So Delta Conveyance is the first one on December 16th. The hearing officer will hold the third pre-hearing conference starting at 9 a.m. The November 18th amended hearing notice outlines the issues that will be addressed during the pre-hearing conference on page 15. The Sites Project Authority, that's the second one. And so on November 25th, staff released the 7th amended public hearing notice, which notes that the hearing will resume in February 2025. So that concludes my report this morning. It's good to see you virtually. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for State Board Member Morgan? No. Thank you very much for your thorough report.
All right, thank you. Happy holidays all.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions for our executive officer at this point? Okay, Dr. Olson.
I have two questions and it has to do, the first one on item 2, United States and Mexico border water quality update. Are the intermittent flows of wastewater in the main channel of the Tijuana River? And I have suspected or hear that the amounts in this part of the report are actually an underestimation at varying between 6 million gallons and 15 million gallons a day, but occasionally exceeding 15 million gallons a day. I was wondering if you could give us a more up-to-date idea about how much waste is going in.
Or do you want to take that as part of item 3?
Yes, you can do that too.
Good morning, Chair Cantu, Vice Chair Olson. I will go ahead and address that question now. We get that information directly from the International Boundary and Water Commission, which operates the flow gauge. I will note that in my review of the flow data from that in real time, the numbers do seem higher for periods of time, for 15 minutes at a time. We're seeing flows of 40 million gallons over that 15 minutes. The total aggregate, I can't speak to, but doing the math myself, it does seem like that it is an underestimate. They're here today and they could address that question if the board would like more information either now or during item 3.
During item 3, please.
We'll take it at item 3.
And my second question then is that on November 19th, President Biden announced a request for $310 million in additional funding in proposed disaster relief funding package. Is there money for California in that funding package?
Yes, that would actually be for the International Boundary and Water Commission for the International Wastewater Treatment Plant. Much needed, and we are hoping it does pass.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
If
should
we
move on?
can, I would have a one brief announcement. I'd like to ask the board to join me in welcoming 2 new staff who just started this week with us. Ellen Knight, Water Resource Control Engineer in our Source Water Protection Program.
Can they stand
Not
up?
sure if she's
Yeah,
here today
please
in
stand.
person. Say hello. Thank you, Ella. And Gabe Haro, who just also joined our site restoration as an engineering geologist. Gabe, are you here also? Hey, thank you. We are earnestly filling a number of vacancies in the course of a very difficult budget year. And so that's our top priority. So I will apologize in advance if any action items drift off of the agenda because I've directed the seniors to, with all dispatch, fill those vacancies ASAP. I am anticipating another budget letter or a correction with the mid-year revise in January. And as this has gone 3 times this last year, I expect a hiring freeze at that time. And without having staff in these positions, much of the work begins to slow down. So we've experienced that this year. We're doing everything we can to stay on it and ahead of time, but appreciate your chance to welcome our new staff. And thank you very much for joining us.
We want to congratulate you for being able to hire staff during this environment of a really restricted budget. A lot of regions are going with a lot less resources than they need. And all of us start with not having the resources we need. And then when we lose people due to retirements and not be able to replace them, it is really very detrimental to getting the mission that we're dedicated to complete it. So congratulations.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
We'll move on to item 3. We have a report from our executive officer on transboundary flows from Mexico.
Yep.
And we also have representatives from the IBWC here to
Thank you.
help us.
There are several real-time flow gauge data. One of the most useful ones visually is the Tijuana River National Estuarine Research Reserve flow gauge. And it does show the real-time flows, which right at this moment appear to be about 0.7 million gallons. But of course, it changes throughout the day. We've noticed that as they deactivate the PB-SELA pumps early in the afternoon in order to protect the International Boundary and Water Commission treatment plant, the flows peak very quickly up to about 40 million gallons per day per hour for several hours, and then begin to taper off overnight. This has unfortunately, the increase in volume has unfortunately resulted in a number of air quality issues. And again, very fortunately, the Air Pollution Control Board has posted a real-time website so you can see what the hydrogen sulfide levels are at the elementary school about 1.5 miles or so away from Saturn Avenue, one of the hot points for hydrogen sulfide. Unfortunately, during the holiday weekend, we saw at least one report of 172 parts per billion of hydrogen sulfide. And the health level has been set by the Office of Health and Hazards at about 30 billion parts per million. We've had at least 5 or 6 nights where we've had in excess of 30 parts per billion for a period of time at that station. So the flows are significant, they are consequential, and I understand that the International Boundary and Water Commission is following through on their commitment for a report on the source of these flows. I understand right now that they are discussing with Mexico the publication of that. We were expecting it in November. We hopefully will see it very soon, but what we really want to see is the abatement of these flows. All of this comes down to a very key point, which is that Project D on the record of decision is the critical project that we need for our future. Expanding the treatment plant is extremely important. Replacing San Antonio de los Buenos, also important. Upgrading the pump station and the pipelines and the various collection systems, all critical. But history has shown that flows in the Tijuana River persist, and we need a binationally funded solution to that so that we can intercept those flows, treat them, and discharge them safely offshore in compliance with the Clean Water Act. So right now, IBWC is pursuing a study, a feasibility study. They're about 1/3 of the way through at this time. We anticipate that study being completed early part of next year, and we'll identify several options for that. This is a core implementation component of the advanced restoration plans you'll consider later in the agenda. A couple of other announcements. Today is 1,098 days of consecutive beach closures from Borderfield State Park to South Imperial Beach. It's a number that does not show any sign of stopping anytime soon, mainly because of the flows in the Tijuana River and untreated discharges on the coast from the border south to Rosarito. We also will have on December 17th some good news. The Rural Community Assistance Center will be implementing a trash boom. They'll have their dedication ceremony for the trash boom on the main channel on December 17th in the morning. This has been one of our priorities for over 15 years. We were glad to see that Senate Bill 170 and State Board agreed in funding it. It will operate for 2 years. Its primary purpose is to collect trash loading data rather than trash cleanup data. We can go out there and clean up the trash that's left behind after a storm, but we don't have a good rate of loading on a storm event by storm size. So this will provide us that data that will help inform Project J on that record of decision, which is a final trash boom, a permanent trash boom on the Tijuana River. That has to be approved by Congress and authorized by Congress, but this project in the interim will provide trash control and also data that we need to inform that project. It's a very significant step forward. We also have a project in Smuggler's Gulch. We don't have a ribbon cutting yet for that, but that will install a sediment basin as they have in Goat Canyon and a trash boom there. That will mean we will finally have all 3 actively managed channels controlling trash, which again is a key component of our advanced restoration plan for trash that you'll consider on item in a few moments. Also on the 17th, the Minute 320 Binational Core Group will be convened by the commissioners. And I will be attending on behalf of the state of California, along with Chris Peregrine from State Parks. We have a long list of projects and we'll be considering how to move forward on those projects. There are source control and conveyance control in Mexico and remediation in the United States. That list can grow. And right now I'm in the stages, I hope, the final stages of finalizing a 3-party agreement with River Conservancy and the State Water Board and the Regional Board for support money for Minute 320. Yesterday, we were trying to sort out exactly which form does DGS and the State Board want signed. It should not be that difficult, one would not think. But if we are able to get that form signed today by State Board, we will be able to encumber those funds and then hire a contractor to prepare a report reviewing those several projects and recommending how to proceed with them. I think a critical component in our support for that effort. Also on the 18th, I will be convening the Tijuana River Valley Recovery Team Steering Committee. Among the items on our agenda will be Proposition 4, which was passed by the voters of California and has identified about $50 million for the Tijuana River and also the New River. Strongly emphasizing that it should not be a 50-50 split. It's a time to put a lot of eggs in one basket, and Tijuana River is one of the ones, for obvious reasons, we ought to be looking at. The opportunity there to augment the record of decision projects like the river diversion treatment system is among the options. And later today, I will meet with Salvador Lopez of the North American Development Bank, who has also suggestions about how to use Proposition 4 through NADBank for projects in Mexico. I also met with our former Senator Ben Hueso on that same subject. And on the 19th, I will be meeting with State Board on their views on how to proceed with that funding. So I'll report back to you on that in February. That money will not be available until the next fiscal year, but it's not too soon to begin planning for how to implement it. Our emphasis is going to be on focusing on durable projects, not one-time projects, not demonstration projects, but permanent, durable source control, conveyance control, and treatment control, as in our recovery strategy. So concludes my report on item number 3, unless we have any public speakers. And I see Board Member Hien Tu has a question.
Yes, that Proposition 4 money funding, is that an opportunity for us to get matching funds from federal or other?
Yes. And so in discussing this with former Senator Hueso, and I will bring this up when we meet with NADBank this afternoon, is the opportunity for NADBank in Mexico to match those funds dollar for dollar, perhaps. There are some other things we'll want to work through, like the details of auditing and indirect costs, how much will be taken off the top for administrative services. There are limitations in these bond acts that the state adopts. So there's a lot of details yet to be worked through before next July, but that is an option for us, yes.
Dr. Olson.
I would like to ask about the levels of H2S that are coming off the river. Is it possible for one of our staff to contact OHIA? And I'll let you say the full name since I may get part of it muddled up. So, because I would like to know the health effects on those types of levels. They should be fairly significant, I would think, depending on duration.
They certainly are. And I don't like to pass the buck, but the Air Pollution Control District, I believe, is working closely with that on that question with Cal EPA and the County of San Diego. They meet monthly. I've attended the meeting the last couple of times and updated them, but I will follow up with them to make sure that they're aware of that, and OWIHA is at least alerted so that they can add to the announcements already made by Air Pollution Control District on the instantaneous readings.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience for Executive Officer? I want to draw your attention that we will be talking about under item 6, a tentative resolution considering approving the Lower Tijuana River Indicator Bacteria and Trash Advanced Restoration Plan. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about it at that point. But is there anything in specific that in reaction or comment about what Executive Officer has just added? Looks like there is none. And do we have any speakers from Zoom? I have no cards from them, so. Okay, so let's move on. Next we have, and thank you very much for all you do on this issue. I know you're very dedicated and it takes a tremendous amount of time, which is appropriate. It's a huge priority for us. Next we have our consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda, and Dr. Olson wishes to pull number 4. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the reason why I do is because I'll have to recuse myself on this item. I am a board member of the Santa Margarita Water District. The Santa Margarita Water District is a member of the South Orange County Water Authority, which is the subject of item 2. And so I will not be participating in that item, but I will participate in the other consent calendar items.
Thank you. So we'll pull 4 and deal with it next. And at this point, we'll entertain a motion to accept item number 5 under consent agenda. Resolution of waste discharge requirements, rescission order 9214, waste discharge requirement for Lakeside Land Company, Woodward Sand Pit Reclamation Project, and San Diego County.
I would like to ask a question at this point.
Are there any questions?
I would like to ask if we could move the consent calendar in whole, or if you would rather do them one at a time.
I thought we would do number
Oh,
5.
action items, I'm sorry.
And
Never
then,
mind, my comment is irrelevant.
okay, I think we're on the same page. So I'll entertain a motion to accept item 5 under the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Cantu.
Motion carries. So now we'll take up item number 4. So Dr. Olson is recusing herself, so she will not vote on item number 4. And this is an MPDS permit amendment, number 107611, waste discharge requirements for the South Coast Orange County Wastewater Authority discharge to the Pacific Ocean through Aliso Creek Ocean outfall. I'll entertain a motion to adopt this item under consent.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second that again.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carries with 1 abstention. Yes, we do have representatives from the South Coast or South, keep saying South Coast, South Orange County Wastewater Authority and Molten Miguel. Would any of you like to address the board? Thank you very much for coming.
First of all, I just wanted to thank Executive Director Gibson for his work and his staff. This came very quickly after our board had approved this movement. It does fall within practical vision number 6 related to the strategizing for local water supply, which Molten Miguel is doing through their various programs, the Oasis project specifically. But your staff here has been exceptional on moving this forward very quickly, and we really appreciate all their effort and hard work to get us to this point. So with that, I want to turn it over to Dwayne Cave, the Molten Miguel Water District's board chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Cantu, board, staff. Thank you very much. Again, Dwayne Cave, President of the Board, Molten Miguel Water District. We're also here with our General Manager, June Kim Lopez, our Assistant GM, Matt Collins, and we have our Deputy GM, Rod Woods. So Molten Miguel is here in force today. But this is very important to us. So we want to be here to say thank you to the board for moving this item to where it is today. Thank you very much to the staff. We know how much work that you have, and we appreciate the timeliness of this. And we look forward to working with you in the future. So we have a lot of great plans with our regional plant, and we will be back. So thank you very much.
You're always welcome. Thank you very much. We have 2 action items. The first one is number 6. We had considered an opportunity to flip the order. Is that necessary? It does not appear to be necessary.
Yes, I think it is appropriate at this time to take item number 7 out of order.
Okay. We'll take number 7 out of order. This is complaint number Regional 9 2024-0090 for administrative civil liability failure to comply with the cleanup and abatement and water code section 13267 order for deadlines related to this matters. We have a hearing procedure. So at this point, we will turn it over to, hold on, have another script. The board will resume consideration, which is a administrative civil liability. I gotta find out where I ended up here. After deliberating on the evidence, the board decided that it is inclined to find Ms. Liu liable for both violations alleged in the complaint, but decided not to issue an order, this was at our previous meeting, imposing a penalty that day, and that this matter would come back to the board at a future meeting, which is now today. The board provided Ms. Liu with one last chance over a process of many years to submit a proposed restoration and monitoring plan compliant with the cleanup order of November 25th, 2024, emphasizing the need that Ms. Liu hire a qualified professional as defined in the cleanup order. On November 25th, 2024, Ms. Liu's proponent representative, Mr. Ben Ho, submitted a boundary topographical map along with statements from a land surveyor and concerns of Ms. Liu. The proposed team, the prosecution team determined that the submittal did not meet the requirements of the cleanup order. Mr. Ho's email and map, as well as the prosecution's team's determination, has been provided to the board. The board is now authorized to enter into closed session to continue its deliberation on the decision in this matter. And when we come back, each party, or do we want to do this now? Each party will have 5 minutes to present comments on the submittal. Interested persons are reminded to submit a virtual speaker card or a physical speaker card, which are those blue cards, in order to be called on to speak. So do we have presentations at this point, or do we want to look at review our information from the previous meeting in closed session?
I don't think we have any presentations, but if prosecution team has any comments on the submittal, or if the respondent has any comments, then this would be a good time to hear that.
I'll take the prosecution team first. Does the prosecution team have anything to add? No. And is there anybody here representing the defendant? Is there anybody here representing Ms. Liu? It seems not. So we'll adjourn.
Can we also check, just make sure there's nobody online?
Oh, good point. Ms. Liu, are you or any of your representatives online via Zoom?
We don't have
And just for
anybody
the-
on Zoom.
Just for the record, Ms. Liu was notified on via several emails that the board was going to be taking this matter up at the December 11th board meeting. To date, we have no email from her saying she was not going to appear or request an extension. And I checked outside. I don't see her as well. So it does not appear that she or a representative is here today.
Okay, so we will adjourn to closed session to deliberate on this matter. I would imagine that to take no longer than 30 minutes. We'll try to meet that goal so you know how much time you have. And then we will come back and take up our other items. Good morning. Excuse me. We're going to get started again for the second time. We moved into closed session and we deliberated on item number 7, and we have reached a conclusion. We want to share that information before we vote. We're having printer problems because we wanted to provide the order to all parties present, but we're not able to produce them at the moment. But I think we can show, we're going to bring it up on the screen. We can tell you what our decision is, and then we can ask you if you need to read the 30 pages or not. Does that sound good? Now, do we have something? I mean, you can always read it later.
Kaylin Smith is bringing down a copy here in just a moment.
Okay.
Our advisory team, so she'll be down in just a moment. She's printing it off right now.
Okay. In the meantime, I'll share a little bit of our discussions, and we have not voted because we only vote in open session. So you'll witness the vote. But we reviewed the hearing that we held several months ago now, and looked at the findings and asked ourselves if there is any solution that, or any response or any contribution that would change our orientation. And there wasn't. There's been nothing submitted. The only thing that was submitted was not responsive to the questions or to the order. So our decision that we will consider in a moment here is to find Ms. Liu guilty of 2 findings, number 1 and number 2, and to be assessed a fine of $409,534, which is the calculation that is very standardized, very formulaic, that the water boards have broken down. It is it's an accumulation of lots of different things that are standardized and calibrated, and it adds up to that amount. So we have the order here. So my question to prosecution is, do you feel you need to read the order before we take a vote? Okay, and we have nobody here. I'm asking again, representing Ms. Liu.
And just so far for clear the record, since there was nods and not verbal, the prosecution team indicated that they did not need time to review the order.
That's right. I should have asked you to step up and swear that you're telling your name. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the findings in the tentative resolution of item 7.
If I can just say so moved and not repeat the number, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Second.
And there's a second.
Just for clarity, it's an order, not a resolution.
It is an
Administrative civil
order. That's
liability
right. That's
order.
right.
And the number of it is
90.
R9 2024-0205 with an attachment A to it.
Is it not 2024-0090? Yeah, it's totally different.
No, it's R9-2024-0205. The complaint number and the order number are different.
Okay. That's fine. Any, well, notwithstanding the numbers, I think we all know what we're talking about. Any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Abstain.
and Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carries. We'll now move to item number 6. Tentative resolution, consideration of a resolution approving the Lower Tijuana River Indicator Bacteria and Trash Advanced Restoration Plan, tentative resolution number Region 9, 2024-0155. We have a presentation and we also have many speaker cards from people in the audience who wish to address the board.
Thank you, Chair Cantu. Just to remind the board, this was a journey for us in terms of the regulatory work that began in 2017 when the board convened an environmental justice symposium in Barrio Logan on a Saturday in June. The board committed then to use every tool in our box. The board has litigated. We began developing total maximum daily loads in the next triennial review cycle. The outcome of that is being presented to you today as advanced restoration plans in which we've calculated waste load allocations and load allocations, but we're implementing them for a non-point source approach in the controllable channels in the US. Riley Nolan, Water Resource Control Engineer, will provide the staff recommendation and presentation, and he's supported today by Melissa Corona, who spent yesterday down with IBWC and EPA talking about the treatment plant expansion on another track. So we are very happy to present this to you today to begin moving us forward in working with IBWC and EPA to address the cross-border flows of pollution, which continue to impact communities and ecosystems in the US. Riley, it's yours.
Thanks for that introduction. Good morning, Chair Cantu, members of the board. My name is Riley Nolan. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Restoration and Protection Planning Unit. And as was mentioned, I'll be walking us through agenda item number 6, which is the board's consideration of a tentative resolution to approve the Lower Tijuana River Indicator Bacteria and Trash Advanced Restoration Plan. So I'd like to start off by providing some background information on the Tijuana River watershed. I think as we all know, the watershed straddles the international border with approximately 1/3 of the watershed located in the United States and approximately 2/3 of the watershed located in Mexico, outside of the San Diego Water Board's regulatory jurisdiction. The river flows through highly urbanized areas in the city of Tijuana before ultimately crossing the international border into the United States, just to the west of the San Isidro port of entry. The river then flows through the Tijuana River Valley, Tijuana River Estuary, and ultimately into the Pacific Ocean, just over a mile north of the international border. This lower stretch of the river that's located in the United States is referred to as the Lower Tijuana River. Now, as we know, the Lower Tijuana River is severely impaired by transboundary flows containing untreated domestic and industrial wastewater from the city of Tijuana. As a result of these transboundary flows, the applicable water quality objectives for the Lower Tijuana River are not attained, and the water body is unable to support its beneficial uses, including those associated with the protection of human health and aquatic resources. Furthermore, these transboundary flows that are conveyed into the lower Tijuana River, coupled with the discharge of largely untreated wastewater at San Antonio de los Buenos in Mexico, result in unsafe water quality and prolonged closures of the county's southern beaches. These conditions of pollution in the lower Tijuana River and the nearshore coastal waters predominantly impact communities like Imperial Beach, Nestor, and San Isidro, which have really unfortunately lost access to some exceptional local recreational resources in the estuary and their local beaches, and are often subject to elevated levels of foul-smelling hydrogen sulfide. Now, I want to make sure that I'm accurately conveying the gravity of these impairments. I think it's one thing to say a water body is impaired and water quality objectives are not being attained, and it's another thing to back that claim up with data. So to better illustrate the degree of these impairments at the top of my presentation, I'd like to share a few key data points. The geometric mean baseline monitoring data for E. coli at Dairy Mart Bridge, Stewart's Drain, and Goat Canyon are 100,000 colony forming units, or CFU, per 100 milliliters, 1.3 million CFU per 100 milliliters, and 1.7 million CFU per 100 milliliters, respectively. This is 3 to 4 orders of magnitude greater than the water quality objective for primary contact recreation, which is 100 CFU per 100 milliliters. This clearly indicates the presence of untreated wastewater in the river and in its cross-border tributaries. Similarly, the baseline loading for baseline annual trash loading for the lower Tijuana River is approximately 4,000 tons per year. This is compared to the narrative water quality objectives, which state that trash should not be present in amounts or concentrations which cause nuisance or adversely impact a water body's beneficial uses. Of course, I'll elaborate further on bacteria and trash loading later in my presentation, but I wanted to make clear the gravity of the situation up front. So with that, I think I'd like to spend some time discussing our obligations, the San Diego Water Board's obligations under the Clean Water Act. The lower Tijuana River is included on the Clean Water Act Section 303D list of impaired waters for a number of pollutants, including indicator bacteria and trash, which are the subject of this advanced restoration plan. The San Diego Water Board is required to develop total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, for all water body and pollutant combinations on the 303D list. And this leads us to advanced restoration plans, or ARPs. ARPs are non-regulatory, near-term plans with a schedule and milestones that can, in some scenarios, be more immediately beneficial or practicable than a TMDL in the near term. ARPs are not a substitute for TMDLs, and the requirement for board staff to develop TMDLs will remain in effect as long as water quality objectives are not attained. Now, board staff have chosen to develop an ARP for the lower Tijuana River for a number of reasons, including the unique binational circumstances of the watershed, the obvious significant source of pollution, transboundary flows from Mexico, the well-developed project proposals, including those in the record of decision, which I'll outline later in my presentation, the time sensitivity to secure federal funding, and lastly, the adaptive management that an ARP offers compared to a TMDL. ARPs can be implemented immediately, whereas a TMDL would have to go through the basin planning process, and it's a formal rulemaking that would require State Water Board approval. So with that, I'd like to dive into some of the project history for the lower Tijuana River ARP. The Advanced Restoration Plan was initially drafted as total maximum daily loads for indicator bacteria and trash. Board staff engaged stakeholders at various points in the project's history, both when it was drafted as a TMDL and after it was converted into an ARP. Board staff conducted tribal and disadvantaged community outreach in May and June of 2023, and the draft TMDL analyses were subject to an external scientific peer review in the summer of 2023. The draft TMDL analyses were converted to an ARP in the fall of 2023, and these analyses that were subject to the external scientific peer review have remained unchanged, and they are incorporated into this ARP. The draft ARP was then subject to public review and comment from January to March of 2024, with staff holding 2 workshops in February 2024 and responding to written comments in September 2024. The public comments were largely supportive of the ARP's underlying analysis, but some commenters did oppose the use of a non-binding ARP over ATMDL. Now, the Lower Tijuana River ARP contains many of the same elements that would be required for TMDLs. These include identification of the pollutants of concern, that's trash and indicator bacteria, a numeric target selection, source assessment, allowable loads and allocations, an implementation plan, and a monitoring and assessment program. So as I've mentioned, the pollutants of concern for the Lower Tijuana River ARP are fecal indicator bacteria and trash. In this context, the term indicator bacteria refers to E. coli and enterococci, which are part of the intestinal flora of warm-blooded animals and indicate the presence of fecal contamination in surface waters. The term trash refers to improperly discarded waste materials generated from anthropogenic sources. While the Lower Tijuana River is impaired by a number of other pollutants, as well documented on the Clean Water Act Section 303D list, it's expected that control over indicator bacteria and trash would result in a significant degree of control over these remaining pollutants, as they're all commingled in the untreated domestic and industrial wastewater that's conveyed into the Lower Tijuana River. Now, the ARP's numeric target selection for indicator bacteria reflect the statewide standards for water contact recreation, which were derived from the National Epidemiological and Environmental Assessment of Recreational Water Study approved by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or US EPA. US EPA relied on this study to develop two sets of recreational water quality criteria. One based on an estimated illness rate of 36 illnesses per 1,000 primary contact recreators, and another more protective criterion based on an estimated illness rate of 32 illnesses per 1,000 primary contact recreators. The State Water Board adopted the more protective criterion for the primary contact recreation, or REC1, beneficial use indicator bacteria water quality objective. For fresh receiving waters, this translates to a 6-week rolling geometric mean E. coli concentration less than or equal to 100 colony forming units, or CFU, per 100 milliliters, and a statistical threshold value of 320 CFU per 100 milliliters, not to be exceeded in 10% of samples calculated in a month. For saline receiving waters, this translates to a 6-week rolling geometric mean enterococci concentration less than or equal to 30 CFU per 100 milliliters, and a statistical threshold value of 110 CFU per 100 milliliters. Again, not to be exceeded in 10% of samples collected in a month. Now, the ARP's numeric target selection for trash is based on the narrative water quality objectives established in our basin plan. These read that no floating materials or suspended or settleable solids should be present in amounts or concentrations that adversely impact beneficial uses or cause nuisance. This water quality objective is also consistent with the State Water Board's trash amendments to the Ocean Plan and to the Inland Surface Waters, Enclosed Bays, and Estuaries Plan. Now, moving on to source assessment, sources of indicator bacteria and trash in the Lower Tijuana River can really be broken into two categories. Transboundary flows, which constitute the vast majority of indicator bacteria and trash loading to the river, and stem from discharges of waste in Mexico that are outside of the board's regulatory jurisdiction, rather, and US side sources, which are insignificant compared to transboundary flows and are largely controlled through existing permits and best management practices, or BMPs. Now, according to the United Nations World Urbanization Prospects, Tijuana's population has grown from approximately 60,000 in 1950 to approximately 2.3 million in 2024. Tijuana has struggled to maintain an adequate wastewater collection and treatment system with the capacity for the rapid growth of its population and industrial sector. The existing collection and treatment structures in Tijuana are generally overwhelmed, not properly maintained or upgraded, and often experience ruptures or failures that result in discharges of sewage and pollution into the environment. These discharges generally flow north through the main channel of the Tijuana River and its 6 cross-border tributaries between the river and the coast. Furthermore, there are some areas in Tijuana with no sewage connection at all. The rapid growth of the city's population has resulted in the construction of many unplanned and unregulated settlements that often discharge wastes directly into the environment, again, often into those north trending cross-border tributaries. Now, the image on this slide depicts at a high level the existing cross-border wastewater infrastructure. The South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, located just to the north of the international border, treats sewage from the Tijuana Sewage Collection System and dry weather transboundary flows captured in canyon collectors at those 6 cross-border tributaries: Stewart's Drain, Silva Drain, Cañon del Sol, Smuggler's Gulch, and Goat Canyon. I'm sorry, 5 cross-border tributaries have canyon collectors. The plant provides secondary treatment and is permitted to discharge up to 25 million gallons per day as a monthly average through the South Bay Ocean outfall. PB-SILA, a river diversion structure and pump station in Tijuana, diverts dry weather river flows to a shoreline discharge point at Punta Bandera, approximately 4 miles south of the international border. These flows can also be diverted to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, depending on La Comisión Estatal de Servicios Públicos de Tijuana, or CES, configuration of the collection system. However, I'll note that PB-SILA often fails due to a lack of proper operations and maintenance, which causes dry weather flows to remain in the river. Furthermore, the San Antonio de los Buenos wastewater treatment plant, which receives the remaining wastewater from the city of Tijuana, has fallen into disrepair and provides little to no treatment in its current state, discharging its effluent to San Antonio de los Buenos Creek and thus to the Pacific Ocean. Now, I'll note that Mexico has constructed or is constructing a new wastewater treatment plant at San Antonio de los Buenos, which is expected to come online in early 2025. Now, we did our due diligence and included all known sources of indicator bacteria and trash loading to the lower Tijuana River, and that includes sources in the United States. As I mentioned before, these sources are really not significant compared to transboundary flows, and they're largely controlled through existing permits and best management practices. Several of these minor sources include stormwater discharges, agricultural operations, and open space and public land. Now, the table on this slide depicts a summary of the ARP's source assessment. The numbers that I'd like to emphasize represent the source's respective contribution to overall loading in the lower Tijuana River. You'll see transboundary flows constitute 97% of E. coli loading, 99% of enterococci loading, and approximately 96 to 99% of trash loading. So while this ARP is not a TMDL and therefore does not establish load allocations or waste load allocations through a formal rulemaking process, the ARP does identify each source's allocated load such that water quality objectives could be attained and the river's beneficial uses could be restored. These allocated loads for indicator bacteria are equivalent to those concentration-based water quality objectives for E. coli and enterococci, which I reviewed on an earlier slide. Similarly, the allocated loads for trash are set to 0, which is consistent with the narrative water quality objectives for trash established in our basin plan. Now, of course, the ARP includes an implementation plan and schedule in order to achieve the necessary reductions in trash and indicator bacteria loading, such that water quality objectives can be attained. For sources within the United States that are within the San Diego Water Board's regulatory jurisdiction, the ARP's implementation plan largely relies on assessing compliance with existing permits, amending those permits if necessary, and enforcing those permits if necessary. The ARP does identify several potential sources in the United States that could be enrolled in waste discharge requirements or conditional waivers of waste discharge requirements, but there's pretty good regulatory coverage and the vast majority of sources are covered by existing permits. And again, I would like to emphasize that the US side sources are really not significant compared to transboundary flows. Accordingly, the ARP's most substantive implementation actions revolve around the control of transboundary flows. These actions include a proposed memorandum of understanding, or MOU, between the San Diego Water Board, the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission, or US IBWC, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency, US EPA. This proposed memorandum of understanding would support the implementation of projects identified in the June 2023 US IBWC US EPA Record of Decision, which are expected to result in a significant degree of control over transboundary flows. Furthermore, the ARP's implementation plan includes a proposed minimum frequency of assessment and collection program for trash, and calls for the identification of projects that are potentially eligible for Prop 4 funding. Now, as I mentioned, the core purpose of this MOU is to support implementation of projects identified in the Record of Decision. The Record of Decision concluded the NEPA process for those core projects on the left, and also calls for the implementation of the supplemental projects on the right, though those supplemental projects may require further environmental review. Core Project A calls for the phased expansion of the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant from 25 to 50 million gallons per day in phase 1 and 50 to 60 MGD in phase 2. This project is underway, and IBWC recently awarded a contract to Stantec for the expansion and rehabilitation of the plant. Core Project B calls for the trenching of canyon flows from Goat Canyon and Smuggler's Gulch to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. Core Project C calls for a number of repairs to the City of Tijuana's sewage collection system. And Core Project D calls for the construction of an advanced primary treatment plant to treat 35 million gallons per day from the Tijuana River using an existing river diversion facility in Tijuana. Supplemental Project E calls for the expansion of that advanced primary treatment plant to 60 million gallons per day to treat flows diverted from a US side river diversion structure that would be constructed under Supplemental Project F. Supplemental Project H calls for treated effluent reuse at 2 small wastewater treatment plants upstream in the Tijuana River watershed, which currently discharge their effluent directly to the river. Supplemental Project I calls for the treated effluent reuse from the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant directed back to Mexico. And Supplemental Project J calls for the construction of 1 or more trash booms in the Tijuana River Channel in the United States. And finally, while the project has deviated somewhat from the Record of Decision, the construction of a new 18 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant at San Antonio de los Buenos in Mexico is nearing completion and expected to come online in early 2025.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you prefer questions as you go, or would you like us to hold until the end?
Maybe till the end. Yeah, thank you. So these projects are pretty well documented. The core projects on the left have undergone environmental review and are ready for implementation. However, at this stage, Congress, they are unfunded or partially funded. At this stage, Congress has appropriated just over $400 million for Core Project A, but further federal funding for the remaining projects will require action by Congress. Now, the reason why we're highlighting all of these Record of Decision projects and prioritizing them in the MOU is because their full implementation of the core and supplemental projects that I just outlined is expected to result in a significant degree of control over transboundary flows. This includes a 76% reduction in the frequency of transboundary flows, an 87% reduction in biological oxygen demand, or BOD loads, in the lower Tijuana River, and a greater than 99% reduction in dry season beach impacts. Now, the ARP's implementation plan also calls for the development and implementation of a minimum frequency of assessment and collection, or MFAC program, for trash. Should the board approve the ARP today, we will request that IBWC develop and lead this MFAC program that establishes annual baseline of loading of trash in the lower Tijuana River, establishes trash monitoring stations at or near the monitoring stations specified in IBWC's NPDES permit, establishes a minimum frequency for the monitoring and removal of trash accrued at those monitoring stations, and also calls for annual reporting from IBWC to the board on the progress of trash monitoring and removal. Now, while there's a degree of flexibility in terms of how IBWC could develop and implement this MFAC program, it should be based on the progressive reduction in baseline trash loading that's identified in the ARP and on this slide. That calls for a 50% reduction in the baseline trash loading beginning at year 5 from adoption or approval of the ARP, and a sustained 90% reduction in baseline trash loading at year 9 and thereafter. Now, this MFAC program would be in line with those narrative water quality objectives for trash that are established in our basin plan, as 100% of the trash that's accrued between monitoring events would be removed and disposed of. The ARP also calls for the identification of projects that could be eligible for funding pursuant to Proposition 4. Prop 4 was passed by California voters this November and provides $50 million in loans and grants for projects to address water quality in cross-border rivers and coastal waters. Should the board approve the ARP, board staff would engage with the Tijuana River Valley Recovery Team's steering committee to identify projects that could be eligible for funding under Prop 4. Staff would then compile those projects in a resolution for the board to consider. They could make their thoughts known on those projects, endorse those projects through the resolution. Now, we've talked a bit about the actions that the ARP calls for, but as with any plan, it also includes a timeline. For indicator bacteria, the ARP calls for the attainment of water quality objectives within 7 years. And for trash, the ARP calls for a progressive reduction in trash loading, as I specified on an earlier slide, within 5 to 9 years. These timelines are reasonable to achieve the necessary reductions in trash and indicator bacteria loading, largely because United States sources are largely controlled through existing permits and BMPs. And as I mentioned, because projects identified in the record of decision are expected to result in significant control over transboundary flows. Furthermore, several of the projects identified in the record of decision are underway. And this again includes the near completion of the San Antonio de los Buenos wastewater treatment plant in Mexico and the phased expansion and rehabilitation of the South Bay International wastewater treatment plant. Now, IBWC projects that the design for the phased expansion would be completed in May of 2026, with construction to take another 5 years thereafter, putting us at 7 years. So the ARP also calls for monitoring of significant sources of pollution and receiving waters to assess water quality conditions temporally and spatially, to assess the effectiveness of implementation actions at reducing bacteria and trash over time, to assess where and when adaptive management is needed to increase project effectiveness, and to assess whether water quality in the lower Tijuana River is on track for attainment of the applicable water quality objectives. Should the board approve the ARP, staff will request that IBWC carry out these monitoring provisions outlined in the ARP. Many of these provisions overlap with existing requirements in their NPDES permit, but the ARP does identify additional monitoring that would be required to assess the effectiveness of the ARP and progress towards attainment of water quality objectives. Now, before I conclude my presentation, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to highlight how the project advances the board's practical vision. Chapter 1 of the practical vision calls for the board to prioritize its work according to key beneficial uses and key areas. For the beneficial uses associated with recreation, habitat and ecosystems, and fish and shellfish consumption, the highest priority areas are the Pacific Ocean, ocean bays and lagoons, estuaries, and stream systems. Accordingly, addressing impairments in the lower Tijuana River falls under the highest ranking priority for the board's work. Chapter 2 of the practical vision specifically calls for additional monitoring of transboundary flows in the lower Tijuana River. This ARP advances Chapter 2 of the practical vision as it outlines monitoring, a number of monitoring actions needed to assess progress towards achieving water quality objectives and monitoring of transboundary flows. Chapter 4 of the practical vision calls for the board to work towards equity in environmental protection and to provide enhanced engagement with underserved communities during the board's decision-making process. I think the board recognizes that transboundary pollution in the lower Tijuana River and in the nearshore coastal waters is a profound issue of environmental injustice, with South Bay communities such as Imperial Beach, Nestor, and San Isidro really bearing the brunt of this pollution. Accordingly, addressing transboundary flows remains a top priority for the board. And the ARP, this ARP is just one of many efforts that the board is advancing as it works towards a solution with our local, federal, and other state partners. And finally, Chapter 8 of the Practical Vision calls for effective community engagement and communication. Throughout this project, board members and board staff have engaged with and sought feedback from the general public and affected stakeholders with targeted outreach to disadvantaged communities and tribal nations. Now, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Staff recommend that the board adopt the tentative resolution to allow for immediate implementation of the ARP. Of course, in addition to enacting the actions identified in the implementation plan, this would also include annual updates on the proposed memorandum of understanding and progress towards attainment of water quality objectives. It would also include consideration of total maximum daily loads in accordance with the implementation schedules identified in the ARP. And it would also include annual reporting from IBWC regarding their MFAC program for trash and monitoring and assessment activities. Now, I don't have a slide for this, but I also would like to acknowledge all of the staff who have worked on this project, but particularly my colleague, Melissa Corona, somewhere here, who was the project lead on this project at its inception and for several years before I took over. Now, we're joined today by a few guest speakers. First, we'll hear from Diane Fleck with the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Diane is the TMDL liaison for the San Diego Water Board. And then we'll hear from Sally Spainer, the U.S. Secretary and Foreign Affairs Officer from the U.S. section of the IBWC, International Boundary and Water Commission, who I believe has joined us in person today. I think once we've heard from our guest speakers, I'm happy to take questions from the board members and public comment.
Are you willing to hold your questions? Are you willing to hold your questions till after we hear the following two speakers?
How long do you anticipate the other two speakers will?
I think fairly quickly, five minutes each, maybe.
Okay.
I'm happy to take your questions now too,
No,
if you'd
that's-
prefer.
That's fine. Does everyone need to take the oath? Did we skip that?
I don't think this is a hearing.
This isn't a hearing.
Yeah.
But we're taking. I don't know.
We're trusting people to say the truth
I can't
without the
remember.
oath. Yes.
I can't remember.
Thank you, Chair Cantu. It's not a hearing. The board's considering a resolution to approve the restoration plan, so you don't need to require the oath unless you wish.
No, that's.
Great. So I don't know if Diane is online. Perfect. Well, maybe we can pull her up. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Fleck will be our next speaker, and she is joining us via Zoom. Is that right?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair Cantu and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My comments will be short. My name is Diane Fleck, and I am the US EPA Region 9 Water Quality Standards Coordinator, as well as the EPA's liaison to San Diego Water Board for water quality standards and TMDLs. I've worked for EPA almost 40 years and have been in the Water Quality Standards program for over 25 years. Border issues touch on several programs at EPA, and many people here at EPA Region 9 work on these issues. I have reviewed the drafted Advanced Restoration Plan for trash and indicator bacteria for the lower Tijuana River. EPA recognizes the importance of addressing these significant water quality issues now to protect human health and the environment. I am here today to voice EPA's support for this plan. The Clean Water Act requires states to develop TMDLs for impaired waters as a means to identify sources of pollutants and the reductions necessary to improve water quality. The lower Tijuana River is listed as impaired for several pollutants. This plan's purpose is to address pathogens through indicator bacteria levels and trash, which is a great first step. The plan recognizes that other pollutants may be reduced by reductions of trash and bacteria, which EPA agrees is likely. However, we also recognize that additional restoration efforts may be needed to fully restore all the beneficial uses in the river. While TMDLs remain the primary tool for addressing impaired waters, EPA acknowledges that other restoration approaches may be effective and provide opportunities to begin restoration before a TMDL can be completed. An Advanced Restoration Plan, or ARP, is a plan designed to address impairments for waters that will remain on the Clean Water Act 303D impaired waters list and to start restoration activities prior to or during TMDL development. An ARP is a plan or description of actions with schedules and milestones that will be immediately implementable to improve water quality. They are used where prompt action is expected to achieve water quality improvements. The board's draft ARP achieves these objectives. EPA used to call these plans alternative restoration plans, but we realized that this was a misnomer. They are advanced restoration plans since their purpose is to precede a formal TMDL and is not an alternative to a TMDL. When ARPs are used, EPA expects the state to continue to develop TMDLs to address the impairments unless or until water quality standards are achieved. EPA envisions that ARPs be developed and implemented with stakeholders and partners who are willing to work together to determine the most effective tools to achieve water quality improvements in the near term. EPA is here today to support the board's draft ARP as a partner to further identify and assist in the implementation of tasks that will improve water quality in the river. In the implementation plan, the ARP identifies the creation of a memorandum of understanding between the EPA, the United States International Boundary and Water Commission, and the board to identify actions that the respective parties may be able to take to control sources of pollution. EPA looks forward to working with the board and USIBWC on the MOU to achieve the water quality improvements outlined in the ARP. Again, EPA supports the adoption of the ARP and expects the board to continue its development and implementation of TMDLs until water quality standards have been achieved, consistent with the requirements of the Clean Water Act. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll call Sally Spinner, who is in the audience with us today.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name again is Sally Spinner. I'm the United States Secretary for the International Boundary and Water Commission. I'm based here at our San Diego field office at the International Wastewater Treatment Plant on the border in San Ysidro. I'm presenting USIBWC's comments on the board's proposed advanced restoration plan for the Tijuana River that you're considering today, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide oral comments to you. As you're well aware, the USIBWC operates the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, whose primary purpose is to treat sewage from the Tijuana wastewater system. The international plant was also designed to intercept minimal dry weather flows that are not captured by Tijuana's wastewater system, these so-called renegade flows, in an attempt to curtail the flow of this wastewater into the United States. However, not all renegade flows are captured, and those flows have steadily increased as Tijuana grows in size and its infrastructure ages. These flows have caused the concerns and issues set forth in the ARP. USIBWC acknowledges that the river does not meet the water quality objectives set forth in the ARP, recognizes the impacts of these flows on Southern California communities, and we're constantly working with our Mexican counterparts to address these flows. Some of the key efforts currently underway, as part of the USMCA solution for the Tijuana River, we put out a request for proposals yesterday for a feasibility study for options for river diversion and advanced primary treatment plant. We will award this contract subject to the availability of appropriations. As you're probably aware, the federal government does not yet have its FY 2025 budget. As was also mentioned, a major rehabilitation and expansion of the international plant is underway, which will allow it to accept larger volumes of flows from Tijuana's wastewater system. And the Mexican section of the IBWC, their contractor, is completing a survey of the sources of Tijuana River flows that will be used to quantify the flows and enable plans to be updated for the collectors or other infrastructure that's currently impacting the river. And also, I just wanted to add something in follow-up to a question, Dr. Olson, that you asked earlier today. I know Mr. Gibson was talking about these evening peak flows we're seeing of about 40 MGD, and our staff believes sort of as the daily average, we're looking at 10 to 12 MGD in the river that is not currently captured.
Are you stating then that the 43 million gallons a day that is discharged at certain times is captured?
No, I'm suggesting that that's the peak flow, but then when you look at the overall average for the day, our calculations are 10 to 12 MGD.
On a gross load, that's a considerable volume.
Yes, it is. And also Mexico, as you are aware, is currently working on improvements to its wastewater system as part of Minute 328. I also provided to your staff that could be handed out to you a fact sheet with updates on some of the other things that are going on. You have received it, great. Urgent repairs, the rehab and expansion project at the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Minute 328 projects, as well as efforts to address the transboundary flows. But of course, more can be done. And we commend the board for proposing in the ARP an approach based on cooperation by all parties with an interest in the river valley. We agree that the significant sources of bacteria and trash in the river valley are transboundary flows originating in Mexico that enter the U.S. through the river or its tributary canyons, and these sources must be addressed. Insofar as the ARP recommends implementing existing or already planned projects, such as those that are part of Minute 328, or the comprehensive suite of projects analyzed in the programmatic EIS, the USMCA projects, US IBWC will continue to support these efforts. The ARP also suggests cooperative efforts, such as a memorandum of understanding to address the roles of various entities in addressing transboundary sources of pollution if practicable. US IBWC supports this cooperative effort, and we look forward to exploring the proposed actions that are listed in Table 8 on page 69 of the ARP, and that kind of seems to be the heart of what you're hoping to achieve. One way of doing so is through the MOU. US IBWC is willing to discuss cooperative and voluntary agreements and actions that it can take as a participant in a larger multi-party effort to achieve water quality objectives. We will also consider the board's request to undertake unilateral actions or to take the lead on such items as the minimum frequency of assessment and collection trash project discussed in the ARP and the monitoring program discussed on pages 79 and 80. But we must first determine whether such items, especially those related to trash, fall within our legal authority and budget. While the US IBWC doesn't agree with all statements in the ARP, and we reserve the right to contest some of the assertions and characterizations in the ARP, the US IBWC looks forward to focusing on and participating in the cooperative efforts listed in the ARP. And I wanted to just offer a quick update to something that Mr. Nolan mentioned in his presentation. I think you mentioned that PBCLA is subject to poor operation, et cetera. And I wanted to let you know that the Mexican section of the IBWC did a major rehabilitation and upgrade of PBCLA a couple of years ago. They have people there who are operating it 24/7. The problems that we've had with PBCLA are due to other factors, other complications with the infrastructure in Mexico, excess flows in the river, et cetera. But PBCLA is actually in pretty good condition. And if we weren't experiencing these other challenges, we do believe it could be operated reliably. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We'll now take questions from the board for either Ms. Spinner, Ms. Fleck, and Nolan, Mr. Nolan. Any questions? You want to go first?
Sure. Thanks. I had a question on the supplemental projects that you had a slide that listed the core projects and the supplemental projects.
Yes.
But You don't need to pull it up if you can answer this off the top of your head. It mentioned 2 reuse projects, and my question is, what's the capacity on those projects projected to be?
If I could, from memory, the 2 projects, one is the near time recovery and reuse of discharges from La Marita and Arturo Herrera, and that's about 15 million gallons per day between the 2 of them that is currently discharged to the Tijuana River. The project right now is being studied to pump that water upstream of Rodriguez Reservoir and use it as an indirect potable reuse source water. EPA is helping to fund that project with Mexico. I believe they are several years away from being able to see construction start on that. The second is about 40 million gallons per day potential return from the international treatment plant to Mexico. That project is still in the pipeline, so to speak, pun intended, but there is no funding at this point in either country for that project. It is, I think, highly desirable, and it's a significant climate change resiliency project because Tijuana, like San Diego, is at the end of a very long river that future flows are not predictable enough to rely upon, the Colorado River. So it's a significant step forward for Tijuana to consider reusing that water, but it is not yet nascent. It has not yet been evaluated. Expanding the international treatment plant first and foremost is the top priority. And then hopefully Mexico will have a public-private partnership established to receive that water should they choose to do so at some point. I will just add that that water actually belongs to Mexico until it's discharged out the ocean outfall. So we welcome the opportunity to return it because when your neighbor doesn't have water security, neither do we. And we want to see that kind of resiliency in our twin economies. So it makes great sense to reuse that water. There's a lot of interest in both countries, but it is about a 3rd level priority at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Olson.
I have a number of questions. I would like to thank the staff and our executive officer for this bold and impressive plan. At the same time that I say these words, I want to say I'm struck by what I believe is the final date of completion is 2035. Is that a correct? I added up your numbers, 2025, if we sign it in 2025, then the first part is 5 years, 2030, and then there's an additional 5 years.
So yeah, the ARP calls for the attainment of water quality objectives for bacteria within 7 years. And for the
And
progressive.
is that more than 2? Is that the 100, less than 100 per?
Yes, yeah, those are the 2 water quality objectives for Enterococci and E. coli. So 100 CFU.
So that's considerably less than what you stated. Forgive me, I didn't get the slide number on this, which is a 99% reduction in the bacterial loading, which is only 2 logs or 2 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, so that is the load reduction that will be required to attain water quality objectives. And the timing for that is 7 years for bacteria. And then for trash, we're saying progressive reduction in trash loading from 5 to 9 years.
All right. Well, we've now experienced, or the communities in that area have experienced, I think our executive officer said 1,094 days of closed beaches. And we're looking, it sounds like, for asking them to endure 7 more years, which destroys property values, which ends the tourism, which impacts people in a variety of areas. As I learned this summer when we attended a concert, which was, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes from Imperial Beach. Forgive me for using Southern California. I don't know the miles, but that's about the time. And so I'm quite concerned about this. And I must say, even reading the ARP, I found myself getting upset. Not because of the goals of the ARP, they are admirable, but because of the timeline involved. We've looked at this problem. I came on the board in about 2013 or 14, not quite sure. We did the Minute 2030 in 2015. I didn't really understand a lot. There's a lot of different abbreviations that we use at the state and the regional boards, and it took me a while, but now I am really struck by the magnitude of the problem and the duration of the problem. I think what has been done by the International, I never can say your name, International Water Treatment.
Water Commission.
Yes, thank you. Boundary Treatment. Admirable. And I very much hope that we can keep everything as it is as the next administration comes on board. But we face continuing problems with our relationships internationally. And it is beyond the board's ability to address those directly. Nonetheless, all of those problems impact our residents and their economic status continuously, and has been an intermittent problem for decades. So I wanted to know, as you go through, showed slide 19. And what I wanted to know there were the dates for A through D. I'm sorry, this is the only way I could, as you went through, only way I could try to have a point of reference for you. And I'd also like to know the total cost for A through J, because it seems to me the only way we will be successful in this in a timely manner at all is to really impress upon the Congress the need for this money, the impact that's occurring to the residents of California, and the tourism that would impact this area that is actually global.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think I share your frustrations with the situation and the time that our county's residents have faced these conditions. Those timelines were deemed reasonable for the full implementation of these core and supplemental projects, which
I would understand those
Mhm.
timelines,
Yeah.
except we have right now an H2S level, which if it were 1,000 times higher would kill children within 2 hours. And we've only seen these numbers get worse over time. I just went to the OHIA site, so if you saw me not paying attention, that's why. We have significant issues here that are not just economic, that don't just affect the environment. And I found the environment over my 50 years to be very, very resilient. But we have human life here, and we don't know about its resiliency. We don't know about the impacts of chronic exposure to airborne constituents that are coming from water. Normally, this is not something I concern myself with. So when you say the 24-hour flow is 12 million gallons a day, well, that's lovely. But the impact is monumental. So if you can give me the cost, and then I want to just point out, and this is a comment, not a question, but it's wonderful to say you're going to have reuse of the water. But even now, even in South Orange County, we are having to put effluent standards to get the water quality we need to be able to do the advanced treatment for these higher level reuse projects. And so given what I'm hearing in Tijuana wastewater, I have great concerns. So you give me the dates and the time, and then I'm going to ask our executive officer, and please forgive me, I think I never like to sound emotional, but I think I am even a little emotional about this. I would like to ask you that on this ARP, that we get reports back and we elevate our effort if necessary to try and speed up this process.
Certainly, Dr.
And I want to
Olson.
thank everyone for all their efforts. I know everyone has worked very hard, and I don't want to diminish that. I just want to say, I want you to go faster. Keep working hard.
Thank you, Dr. Olson. I'll take the floor for a moment. First of all, on the last point, absolutely, that is indeed the purpose of the advanced restoration plans, is to elevate the urgency and the need and the grounding for the funding of the projects that are described on the slide. We don't have a schedule for implementation because that's dependent upon funding. We also don't have funding numbers because EPA and IBWC are in a procurement process and are cautious about releasing that information. But I will share that the commissioner addressed the board last year and identified that for Project A, it was about a $910 million cost. And I believe that was actually quite correct. At present, they have $400 million. So they are proceeding with the design. Our staff met with them yesterday on that for the expansion. We are hopeful that the additional monies identified in President Biden's disaster relief bill will be approved. That would give them another $310 million. That gets them a lot closer to the $900 million. But that doesn't take care of B, C, D, E, F, G, which is the San Antonio project, H, I, and J. To say about those, Project B has essentially been scrapped at this time. The flows from Matadero Canyon and Los Laureles Canyon, which should ideally be directed to the International Treatment Plant, there simply isn't any funding allocated by Congress or authorized to do that at this time. So they're putting the money they have into the treatment plant first, get that expanded, and then in the fullness of time, if the two countries can identify the funding, there's an opportunity to redirect those flows from San Antonio de los Buenos to the International Treatment Plant. My own estimation is that it would be highly, highly desirable to do that, because San Antonio, which was Project G, is only designed to treat 18 million gallons per day, and the two canyons alone take up most of that capacity. That doesn't account for Playa de Tijuana and other communities which are right now unsewered between Playa de Tijuana and Punta Bandera. So that should be a coastal treatment plant. Tijuana really shouldn't be relying on it, in my estimation, as their primary destination for wastewater. The International Treatment Plant should be that. For Project C, that is underway right now through minute 328. There are several years before we'll see all of those projects complete. And we are getting updates from IBWC and EPA on those. And then Project D, right now we're in a supplemental environmental impact statement study augmentation for that project. There's no capital funding for it, so we don't know when it can actually be built or constructed. But among the options that they're studying is expanding the treatment plant itself beyond 50 million gallons per day for primary to treat the PBC flows and then blend it with the treated wastewater and discharge out the ocean outfall. They're going to study and evaluate those options, as well as using the South Bay Water Reclamation Plant or building a standalone treatment system. But we are probably a year away from seeing that report finalized. For projects E, F, H, I, and J, there's no allocation and no fundings. They are probably a lot less expensive. If I were going to put a dollar value on the total set, I would put it about $1.5 billion. And that's including the commissioner's estimate for Project A, the most important and most expensive component of those. But Mexico has combined $144 million for their projects, including Projects C and Project G, which was the San Antonio de los Buenos. So we are talking about $1.5 billion, and we are looking at least 10 years worth of projects. That said, we should begin to see some incremental improvements as some components go forward. For example, more predictable operation of PBCLA so that the flows can be pumped to Punta Bandera. There will be less flows in the river. Right now, they're having to shut that system down in the evening because of risk of damage to the International Treatment Plant itself, which we don't want.
And when do you expect to see that?
I'm hoping that with the new international collector installation, that we will be able to see predictable daily operations of PBCLA at full volume. That simply moves the problem to the coast, but at least it's 5 miles south of Imperial Beach. And while it's an impact on those beaches and then Imperial Beach eventually, it's a lot less of an impact to the communities, especially for hydrogen sulfide, than daily flows in the river itself. So we should begin to see some incremental improvements through some of these measures as we go. As was indicated in the slide, IBWC and EPA predict that there will be a 76% reduction in transboundary flow days. That could be higher if we were able to do projects E and F. Hint to Congress, we can do more with more money. That has yet to be decided. We should also be able to see some improvements with just operating a larger, more effective wastewater treatment plant. Again, those flows are right now in the river and we want to get them out of the river. The place to send them is the treatment plant and then the ocean outfall. So that is a long-winded answer to your key questions about cost and time. But I hope that provides some context and perspective of where we at with the advanced restoration plans.
Well, it tells me that we're a very long way from either a known solution and that we have set dates or tentative dates that are optimistic perhaps. So my counter then to you, because I think in my time, this is the most significant water quality program I have seen on any coast in decades. Now, there was a significant problem, I don't know, 30 years ago on the East Coast with shellfish consumption because of the diseases associated with E. coli and other fecal indicator bacteria entering the coast waters. But that was solved decades ago, and it was within our borders, and it was our problem, meaning a US problem. So I would like to ask you, and if you need an ad hoc committee from the board, I'm sure there will be volunteers, to meet with our local congressmen, including up to Congressman Levin's district, and even, I guess, even a little bit more north, and giving them this entire list of A through J, along with the costs, and educating their staff on the importance of this for the state of California, because I think it is important for the state of California. And it also would be a major milestone for the city of Tijuana. And with that, I'll conclude I could go on for a lot more, but it would be just blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Dr. Olson. Any other?
I think I may have gotten some of the answers to this from Dave. Thank you. I guess I've been on the board a long time and I've been hearing the same things. So the big deal here, at least in the news, was that Mexico fixed the pumps in the pipeline to the coast. But I want to be clear that that's just pumping raw sewage out into the beach 5 miles farther south. We heard from, I can't remember the professor's name, about the fact, we always thought, okay, the coastal flows are south. But he's got a pretty persuasive study that shows in the summertime with the winds and the surf, that moves north, and it certainly moves north more than 5 miles. So I'm not saying the pipelines are a waste. They aren't. They're needed. They should have never got to that point in the first place. But it's not an answer, and it was to be presented to the public as part of the solution. I think is not really helpful. And the second part of that is we hear about the sewer treatment plant over there being rebuilt. Will it meet what we call secondary standards?
So yeah, the short answer to that is yes, I believe that it can and it will. The improvements they've already made to the primary system that had gotten severely run down, they've got all 5 PSTs operational now. They're coming into compliance with the secondary effluent standards. Expanding that to 50, there is a risk, it currently funded, that they'll only have 7 PSTs. And if one does the math, if you're going to double the volume of the treatment plant, I would say you need 10. That leaves them with just 1 PST spare in case something goes wrong with some of the others. That's really cutting it awfully close. But they're having to make decisions on design right now, which can be revised in a progressive design build as more funding becomes available. So one of our core functions right now is to be engaged with that design team to try to avoid some of the economizations in the 1990s that resulted in a treatment plant with very few options when things go bad. We want to ensure that they have as much flexibility in that treatment plant as we would take for granted at any other wastewater plant in our region. So yes, they should be able to.
And that's to the goal of 18 MGD. The need's much greater than that.
San Antonio will be secondary at 18, but the IBWC plant would be secondary at 50 million gallons.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about the De Los Buenos. Well, I remain pessimistic, but thank you.
I feel like I bring this up at every meeting, but I guess I intend to. Every project that is under consideration and doesn't incorporate reuse is a mistake and short-sighted, and we have to do better. Like full stop. This is, when Betty and Gary talk about how long we've been on the board, this will be our legacy, and getting this wrong is not what I want to be associated with. And there's no excuse. I get the funding, I get all of it, but we have to do better. And I would hope and expect that in future, when plans are presented to the board, that it incorporates that concept.
Thank you. One of your slides, you had the 50 million from Proposition 5, and it says for boundary as well as coastal water projects. So we cannot assume all 50 million will go to Tijuana River projects, correct? Because coastal water means whole California. And second question is, it's competitive, I assume, the funding.
So the funding could be applied to the New River and Tijuana River, so the two cross-border rivers in California. And then it also says the nearshore coastal waters. So it may be divided amongst those different water bodies, but I know Dave, as our executive officer, has expressed thoughts that it should obviously be commensurate to the problem, with the Tijuana River presenting the most significant problems.
Okay. I think everybody knows how strongly we all believe that this needs to move forward. It seems the only thing that's standing in our way is funding. We certainly know IBWC has been extraordinarily committed to try to find funding and have scraped together remnants of money to be able to do what they have been able to do, and are fully understanding the problem and understands our commitment and is shared. I know EPA feels the same way. We've all agreed that this is a #1 priority. And the only thing really holding us all up is money. So I think Betty's idea of meeting with our congressional delegation is a good idea. Our delegation, by the way, has been very informed and are very supportive, but we need to appeal to whoever will listen to us to try to add some additional scrutiny, and just the money that is necessary. I'd like to ask Ms. Spinner, you are in the process and have been lobbying for more, I shouldn't say that word, have been asking and documenting the need for additional federal funding for a very long time. Do you have any recommendations to us?
So you are correct. As a federal employee, I am not allowed to lobby, nor am I allowed to encourage others to lobby. But we do have information that we can provide to you that provides the factual basis and the documentation of the funding needs for the projects that we've identified. And so I'd be happy to work with your staff and get you some information.
That's great. Thank you. And you've always been very responsive. We appreciate that. We have 2 additional speakers who I believe are in the room, Karen Holman and then Chris Helmer. Are you present? Who wishes to speak in support of this item?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Cantu, members of the board. My name is Karen Holman. I'm the Director of Environmental Protection with the Port of San Diego. And the port is here today in support of this item. We appreciate the regional board's efforts to continue the actions on the Tijuana River Valley pollution. I fully support your comments that you've made just recently, board members, in that we need to explore ways for moving some of these projects as fast as we can. This is critical, and it's important to make sure that the parties remain accountable and that we take actions within or before the timelines set forth. We've also realized that regional collaboration is critical as we address this disaster. We've already seen some results to have funding coming into this issue from federal agencies, and we are acknowledging the recent request for the additional $310 million to President Biden for the supplemental disaster relief funding. We're hopeful that that can come our way. The port's continuing our efforts to seek more federal funding, and we're planning to be in Washington, D.C. several times over the course of next spring to meet with representatives and encourage more federal action and funding. The port also continues its local emergency declaration, and in fact, just yesterday, our board approved a resolution continuing our port emergency declaration for the Tijuana River Valley. We're hopeful, after hearing some of the information provided today, that some of the Prop 4 monies can be used to support some of the ARP projects, especially the river diversion and the trash boom, just to name a few. And finally, we're watching closely a recent bill proposed by Senator Padilla, SB 10. This bill will authorize a portion of toll revenues from the Otay crossing to be used for environmental restoration and mitigation of the Tijuana River Valley. And we're encouraging everyone to support that bill and do what they can to bring additional funding wherever we find opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Helmer, and then next would be Courtney Brown.
Good morning, board and board chair. I'm Chris Helmer. I'm the environmental director for the city of Imperial Beach. And I'm also the lead representative for the San Diego Bay and Tijuana River water quality improvement plans. And on behalf of the water quality improvement plans and co-permittees, we want to commend your staff for working with the stormwater co-permittees in the development of this plan. We thought it was, you guys went out of your way to make us inclusive. Also went out of your way to recognize actually the contributions that the stormwater staff actually does in putting into addressing the cross-border pollution. But on behalf of Imperial Beach and the South Bay communities, we have a little more nuanced critique. Last night, we got dinner with a bunch of NGO groups and community leaders in Imperial Beach, where we often do advocate on Tijuana River. And I was trying to encourage folks to come talk tonight. And the response was, why would I talk to the board? The board has not been effective. The board has been slow to respond to this. And, I have a hard time, critiquing that. I think this board can be a lot more effective. I'm in complete agreement with everything Executive Officer Dave Gibson has said about the core and supplemental projects that have to happen here. But at multiple layers of state and federal government, the only discussion that we're discussing, that we're focusing on, is the repair and expansion of the treatment plant, not the rest of the core and not the rest of the supplemental projects that are actually needed to have meaningful water quality improvements in Imperial Beach and for our residents here. So whatever leverage that this board can take to be bold and show courageous leadership, to meet with your congressional staff, to meet with the governor's staff, who I will say the governor is only advocating for the repair and expansion and funding for the treatment plant, not the core supplemental projects either. Whatever leverage that you can have with your expertise here from this region to continue on with the additional administration, that these projects do not get left behind. We're disappointed that this advanced restoration plan was not approved this time last year, and that today we're not talking about the MOU, which was the original timeline that we discussed for this project. So looking ahead, especially to this next year, we need to work harder together to ensure that these projects get funded and get implemented as quickly as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your encouragement. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I would like to ask the executive officer, I thought all of these, I didn't understand your comment that certain of these projects were sort of not, I don't know, what I heard, this is my mind interpreting it, was sort of not real. What did you mean by that? I thought everything on that list, A through J, is real. They're just in different stages of development. Am I incorrect? I mean, is my conception incorrect?
I don't want to say you're incorrect. They're real projects to us. They were called out in the EPA's comprehensive solution, but of the bandwidth of which Congress and federal agencies can advance projects, the core thing we're focusing on is the repair and expansion of the treatment plant right now. And the projects to repair infrastructure in Mexico, not the river diversion, not a permanent trash boom, and not water reuse of treatment here. So those, not the cleanup and the restoration of the legacy pollution in the river valley, those pieces are still yet to be seriously considered and move forward. So the core and supplemental projects are key to actually attain water quality objectives.
I think we hear you. Thank you.
Actually, we've prioritized those. I mean, we've spoken about them to many groups, and our congressional delegation has been very supportive. They are only a fraction of the total number of Congress members that vote on these things. We haven't seen a whole lot of votes come out of Congress, but they are very well aware. I think it's good that Dr. Olson recommends that we start a campaign again of meeting with them. We've done that in the past, as we've done with also EPA and the governor's office and Cal EPA. I mean, everybody is quite informed. The things that we can't do, we have zero authorities in Mexico. We simply have zero authorities in Mexico, and they are a sovereign government, and that's not going to change. We've worked closely with IBWC, which is the channel by which we can communicate. And they've been as responsive as they can. But the bottom line is, if there's no money allocated, we can't, no matter how much energy we bring, we can't find a solution. So we continue our process. But I have to say, we talk about all those projects. Those projects were in the record of decision. We spent years talking about those projects, and we continue to talk about them with anybody who might be able to help us finance them. But that doesn't mean that we don't prioritize the number one thing that we believe will be the most immediate impact, and that is the wastewater sewer treatment plant. So I agree with you, that's our number one priority, but I also agree that we have lifted up all of those projects. We've been talking about a comprehensive solution, not a piecemeal solution, for the last 5 or 8 years since we've kind of envisioned this particular slate of projects. There have been those of us, and many in this room have been working on this project for more than 30 years. It's not like it's something that just happened, and it's been a long, hard slug, but we will continue the process. I have one more question, one more speaker here, Courtney Brown from the Coast Keepers.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Courtney Brown, and I'm offering comments today on behalf of San Diego Coast Keeper. I'd like to thank all the speakers for the informational presentation and for the board staff for their responses to our previous comments on this matter. I think every speaker here today is in agreement as to the gravity and the urgency and the problems that we've already identified. And so I'll keep this short. My comments also largely will echo Dr. Olson's comments about supporting the goals and aspirations, and also vast majority of the findings of the ARP, including numeric target selection, data inventory analysis, and the aggressive timelines for trash and bacteria, respectively. However, I'd like to reiterate Coast Keeper's prior comments that we don't necessarily support using a non-binding ARP involuntary MOU to achieve applicable trash and bacteria objectives, and that other regulatory mechanisms such as traditional TMDLs are better suited for this unique and pressing crisis.
Which we are working on.
Yes, and that's one of my questions is, we understand that this is a first step in developing TMDLs, and we would like to know if there is a timeline for those developments. So that was just one of my questions. And also just to reiterate that we understand the need for collaboration amongst agencies, but unfortunately, all prior collaborative efforts have failed to stem the flow of transboundary pollution. And so without any enforcement mechanisms or assurances, it's unclear to us how the ARP would achieve a different result. However, we appreciate any action to ensure water quality objectives in the near future. We respectfully request the board to utilize the strongest tools in its regulatory toolbox to ensure compliance, including all of the tools that we've already talked about today. Finally, I just wanted to use this opportunity to update the board that our lawsuit against IBWC and Veolia is still ongoing. And as our case develops, Coast Keeper will also be starting our own water quality monitoring in the Valley, which will be made public. And we look forward to sharing that information with you as it comes.
But we look forward to that also. we are using all of the tools that we have before us, and which is why we're doing the accelerated restoration plan. The TMDL is the next thing that we would like to have been able to do faster, but being that it is a very long process, much of which is out of our hands, is in either the state board or in EPA's hands. We can't control that timeline. So that's the reason we have done the ARP as a way to make it happen as soon as we can. Collaboration is almost all we have. And we continue to do that. And we think that is valuable for mutual understanding. But until we get funding from the US government, and it's not we who gets it, it's the IVWC and some other entities that will be recipients of that money to do the plans that the projects that we've already agreed upon. We're not going to, pretend to have any more authorities than the law gives us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions here? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the ARP.
I'll move approval on this item.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
And sorry, can we just clarify that the board's adopting approving the resolution that then approves the
I'm
the
sorry.
ARP?
It's a
Would you like
resolution.
me to read it?
Yeah, it's just simply to approve a resolution. I think we're all on the
So-
same page.
Okay, item 6 is approve tentative resolution, consideration of we're moving a resolution approving Lower Tijuana indicator bacteria and trash advanced restoration plan. And it's tentative resolution number R920240155.
Thank you. And our second stands.
Our second stands.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Do we want to look for comments online?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
online comments. Are there people online who have filled out cards or who wish to speak at this point? Sounds like there are none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
Aye.
Ms. Chu?
Aye.
Ms. Warren? Oh, Chair Cantu?
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to continue moving forward. Our next item is an informational item. And this is the State of the Ocean Report from the City of Oceanside Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton, and the Fallbrook Public Utility District. This is a report on the status and trends of water quality in the vicinity of the Oceanside Ocean Outfall.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Lim, Water Resource Control Engineer with the Source Control Regulation Unit. I'm here to introduce item 8, State of the Ocean Report, Status and Trends of Water Quality Conditions in the Vicinity of the Oceanside Ocean Outfall. The 3 main agencies that discharge to this outfall include the City of Oceanside, Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton, and Fallbrook Public Utility District. The San Diego Water Board adopted individual permits for each of these agencies that contain the same receiving water and sediment monitoring requirements, which allows them to complete these requirements together. The 3 permits also require the agencies to present the State of the Ocean oral report at one of the San Diego Water Board meetings. The oral report is required to include a description of the monitoring effort completed, the status and trends of the receiving water quality conditions, and plans for future monitoring efforts. The main presenter for the 3 agencies is Michael Welch. A representative from Camp Pendleton and Fallbrook are also present and available to answer questions. Now I'll turn the podium over to Lindsay Leahy,
City of Oceanside Water Utilities Director to speak and introduce Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Chair Cantu and members of the board. Lindsay Leahy, Water Utilities Director for the City of Oceanside. So this is my second month in the row to be able to present to this board, but I am happy to state that today we are here to present the hard work that Oceanside and our partner agencies have been doing to ensure the discharge from the Oceanside Ocean outfall are meeting and consistent with the protection of the ocean water quality and the ocean habitat. So Oceanside is the owner and operator of the ocean outfall, and we will be making and presenting the State of the Ocean report today. However, we'll be doing so on behalf of our member agent or partner agencies, Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton and Fallbrook Public Utility District. Here today and representing Oceanside will be Dr. Michael Welch making the presentation for the State of the Ocean. But as mentioned, Oceanside staff, as well as Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton and Fallbrook Public Utility District staff are also here and available to answer questions should you have them at the end of the presentation. And we would also, again, like to thank staff for their assistance and guidance through this process and their continued support in these efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mike Welch, and I'll be here representing Oceanside, Camp Pendleton, and Fallbrook today to present State of the Ocean. In this capacity, I've been asked by these agencies to perform an independent review of the monitoring data that have been collected by the agencies and to provide an interpretation of what that means. Once we get our okay.
Sorry, turn it up.
Always helps to turn the on button on these things. The NPDES permits for each of these agencies develops a series of monitoring questions and then identifies monitoring requirements in order to address those questions. So our task today is simply to review the data that we've collected to date and answer those questions. There'll be 6 elements to today's presentation. First, I'll make a brief review of the overall discharge. At the end, I'll make some State of the Ocean conclusions, and the 4 segments in between will be looking at the 4 categories of monitoring data that we have collected, and we'll be providing answers to the monitoring questions posed in the NPDES permits. Briefly, the outfall is located in the city of Oceanside, south of the pier. If you're familiar with Loma Alta Creek or Buccaneer Beach, it's located off that. It's about 1.7 miles long and discharges at about 100 to 110 foot depth. It discharges to an area that is a sandy bottom habitat, but the outboard portion of the outfall is rock ballast covered. And actually, I have a brief video here which shows you the sandy natural habitat on either side of the rock ballast. And you can see the rock ballast provides a natural reef habitat. We have, looks like some barred sand bass area, if I'm correct in identifying those fish there. And actually, here's a little colony of lobsters we see. So the ballast itself provides a lot of habitat, but the majority of the habitat that is in this area is a sandy bottom type of discharge or type of area. It is a very complex discharge. We have 4 different NPDES permits that regulate discharges to this outfall, 8 different facilities that discharge to the outfall, and no fewer than 11 monitoring locations that are assessed. And if that isn't complex enough, all these facilities are spread out over the entire north portion of San Diego County, including Fallbrook, Camp Pendleton, and many parts of Oceanside. This next slide is very busy, but the key point there is that 4 of these facilities are public-owned treatment works, and it is flows from these facilities, particularly the Oceanside San Luis Rey plant and the La Salina plant, that contribute the majority of the flow to the outfall. While we have 11 monitoring locations, we do not have a location that collects information from the combined discharge from all of these facilities. Instead, we have monitoring location M004, which collects data from all Oceanside facilities, both Fallbrook facilities, and from Genentech. We have a separate monitoring point for the two Camp Pendleton facilities. The facilities shown in pink here discharge to M004, but we'll notice that the two Camp Pendleton facilities are very high quality discharge. That includes tertiary effluent from one facility and residuals from an advanced water treatment facility in the other. So if anything, the Camp Pendleton discharge sort of serves to dilute anything that comes from the upstream discharge point. So monitoring location M004 can be used to characterize kind of a worst case condition for the outfall discharge. And let's take a look at some of the effluent data that we have for monitoring location M004 and other locations. The permits establish requirements in 4 separate areas. Physical chemical parameters are the first of these, and these are technology-based standards, which are standards that the state and federal government has said meet because the technology is there in order to meet them. These include total suspended solids, carbonaceous oxygen demand, which is a measure of kind of the organic content of the discharge. Soluble solids and grease and oil are self-explanatory. Turbidity is a measure of water clarity. And just as a reference point, in the environment, a turbidity of about 15 is considered ultra clear water. So you can see here that this is not a discharge of a blob of black ooze into the ocean. We have a very, very clear discharge that is highly treated. In red, we show the NPDES permit limits for these parameters. You can see with respect to physical, chemical parameters, we are in comfortable compliance with all applicable requirements. With respect to ammonia, ammonia is the dominant form of nitrogen that we have in the discharge, and our mass emissions of ammonia are far below permit limits. I might also point out it is mass emission or pounds of ammonia or nitrogen that are important in protecting the environment. And those values are very low. With respect to toxic compounds, we have a few metals that had been identified at detection limits within the discharge, but all at very, very low concentrations far below the permit limits shown in red. The same thing with respect to volatile organic compounds, toxic organic compounds. There's about 30 of these or so regulated in the permit. We only found a bit more than a half a dozen in our discharge at detection limits, and those at limits far below permit standards. Same thing with phenolic compounds. With respect to base neutral compounds, there's about 3 dozen of those regulated. We only found one in the effluent, and that's bis 2-ethylhexyl phthalate, which is a PVC plasticizer that is common to wastewater and water pipes. So that's ubiquitous in Southern California wastewater systems. But even that is at a concentration far below limits. We detected no pesticides or PCBs. So with respect to regulated parameters, we're in very good shape. Well, that raises a question, what about unregulated parameters? What about parameters that science might not have identified yet? What about parameters that a little of this one plus a little of this has a synergistic effect to cause some damage? Well, we have what's called whole effluent toxicity requirements in your permits. They're sort of a catch-all way of guaranteeing that none of these bad things are happening. The whole effluent toxicity tests involve using the effluent and placing organisms in that effluent for a number of days and assessing the health, growth, and reproduction of those organisms. And the results are analyzed using something called the test of significant toxicity, which is sort of a guilty until proven innocent type test. You have to jump through a number of statistical hurdles in order to provide a pass result of non-toxic effluent. And 100% of our samples in the Oceanside outfall effluent have met this standard. That allows us to take a look at some of the questions that are posed in the permit. Now that we've reviewed the data, our discharge limits being met and our facilities being properly operated, I think the answer is a resounding yes. With respect to the discharge changing over time, a case can be made that it is, and for the better. If you take a look over the last 20 years, all 3 of the major agencies discharging to the outfall have made upgrades to treatment facilities. Effluent quality is better. Additionally, each of those agencies have implemented major water reclamation programs, which have reduced the amount of water that's discharged to the ocean. So with respect to key monitoring questions on treatment performance and effluent quality, trends are looking good in all of those directions. Let's take a look at the next item on our agenda, which is plume tracking results. We've discussed what's in the discharge to the ocean. This segment of monitoring takes a look at what happens to it once it gets discharged to the ocean. This actually came from Dr. Abarbanel, the former board chair, his recommendation that he wanted dischargers to implement more high-tech monitoring to figure out what's going on with their discharges. And this board has been presented a number of these plume tracking efforts that involve autonomous underwater vehicles and analysis of a parameter called FDOM, fluorescent dissolved organic matter, which is a way, even though the discharge gets highly diluted, with this parameter, we can often identify where remnants of the discharge are by comparing water concentrations in the area of the outfall with receiving water concentrations at areas we know aren't influenced by the outfall and FDOM concentrations in the discharge itself. This is also supplemented with boat-based monitoring, which uses kind of some neat technology here. Conductivity temperature depth sensors allow us to assess the density of the water throughout the entire depth profile. And then these acoustic Doppler current profilers allow us to identify the direction and the speed of the ocean current literally as a function of depth. This allows us to use these AUVs and program them in a way that provides maximum results. While this is a high-tech method, there are some challenges associated with it. First, the results are sort of based on the fact that we're assuming the receiving water has homogeneous concentrations of FDOM. That's not the case. Secondly, for highly treated discharges, it's very, very difficult to detect this stuff. And Michael Baker International, the firm that did the work for Oceanside, also the ones that did the work for San Elijo and Encina in previous studies, have pioneered what I consider to be a really neat way of using signal to noise mathematical statistics, kind of the same type of thing that acoustic engineers use to separate noise from conversations. And that allows us to make use of a tremendous amount of data that's collected from these AUV tracks. In preparing the AUV program tracks here, we want to make certain that we can maximize our development and use of data. And so prior to the AUVs being deployed, using boat-based sensors, we identify what the profile, the temperature profile is of the water column. And as you've been presented information before, not only in deep inland lakes, but also in ocean waters, throughout much of the year, you have what's called a stratification effect, where predominantly temperature separates the water column into an epilimnion, which is wind-based surface waters, and a hypolimnion, and there's no translation between the two. And so in establishing the overall program tracks for the autonomous underwater vehicles, Michael Baker International used an approach where they go up and down in the water column above the thermocline, also known as a pycnocline, and then also predominantly has the AUV tracks on the down current side of the outfall. During ebb tide conditions, we predominantly see currents that go from the northwest to the southeast, reverse during flood tides. And so the AUV tracks that are selected in order to gather the most data per battery life of the AUV take into account both the depth profile and the ocean current conditions. The NPDES permit required us to develop a plume tracking plan, which we did in consultation with regional board staff. And on the basis of that plan, 3 AUV deployment dates were selected in order to assess a range of typical and atypical conditions. The first occurred in January 20th of 2023, the time of the year where there's very little temperature stratification. We have complete mixing of the water column. Wind can have an effect on the mixing, rather chaotic conditions. At this particular time, incidentally, we did have very low concentrations of FDOM in the ocean outfall discharge. As you would expect in conditions where we don't have a trapping level, where we have a high degree of dilution and very low concentrations coming in, we saw virtually no trace of the outfall discharge whatsoever under these conditions. It was just too dilute and too dispersed to be observed, even using the signal to noise mathematical methodology here. We had better luck in February of 2023. Again, conditions where we had a lot of mixing, vertical mixing in the profile, but we had higher concentrations of FDOM in the discharge at that particular time. And again, this is a time where we had temperature profiles such that it allowed a lot of mixing within the vertical water column. And we get results that are very similar to what we would expect. The graph to the left shows during ebb surveys, when we had a current that goes from northwest to southeast, we had a number of areas where we could detect remnants of the wastewater discharge downstream from the discharge point. If we look below 10 feet, we see very, very little on the right-hand graph. That basically means that these discharge remnants at that time are able to rise to the top, and that's the area that's principally affected. If we take a look at conditions during kind of a combination of ebb and flood tide conditions, where we had some currents going to the northwest and some going to the southeast, we were able to detect the plume this time more in more deeper conditions, but again, right next to the outfall. August 5th, 2023, that was a deployment that occurred during times of maximum ocean stratification. This was something that really interested me because at this particular time, the discharge is trapped at a depth and the dilution is minimum. So we're kind of seeing worst case conditions in these August here. And again, what we see is kind of what we'd expect. The graph to the left shows the lack of presence of the plume in the surface waters, which you'd expect because it's trapped at depth. On the right, however, we see a number of remnants of the plume. And one of the things that is pretty evident from the AUV surveys, for all of our 5 ocean outfalls, that are the North County and South Orange County, that are relatively small, we don't see the textbook plume trajectory where a big blob of wastewater is formed. Instead, because currents are coming at different directions and different speeds, the discharge quickly gets sheared or ripped into a series of just little remnants. And so we tend to see these little remnants down current from the outfall. Under mixed ebb and flood conditions, where we had kind of a back and forth current, again, we did find some plume remnants on either side of the outfall, but again, very close to the outfall. Incidentally, the report produced by Michael Baker that describes all of this is a very thick and very comprehensive report. I hope I've distilled into understandable English some of the very, very complex stuff that's going on here, but it does allow us to address all of the plume tracking questions that were established in the permit. First of which is, what direction does the discharge go? And of course, it goes down current. And again, what is discharged offshore stays offshore. What's discharged onshore stays onshore. We see no translation onshore to offshore here. How quickly is the discharge diluted? Very, very quickly. And as I indicated, it's ripped into little remnants pretty quickly. Under both the high dilution conditions and the low dilution conditions, we saw this. How much dilution occurs? A lot, far in excess of the NPDES permit dilution that's established. And where is the discharge? When does the discharge become indistinguishable from ambient water? Typically within a few hundred feet of the discharge point. The greatest distance at which we found one of these little remnants was about 1,600 feet, so a little over a quarter of a mile. Another question the NPDES permit posed is that, are our existing monitoring locations adequate? The answer is pretty much. Particularly the stations near the outfall are very useful because they happen to be located very close to the outfall. There are a few stations that are far away, however, and the AUV surveys indicated that we just don't have any ability to detect the outfall discharge at those distances. So some of the more remote stations may be superfluous. Yes, Dr. Olson.
Can you tell me again or remind me, what was the maximum discharge in any of the areas you looked at?
In terms of million gallons per day, 14 was the average. And I think it ranged somewhere, 17 was the highest. So take it below 10 to around 20, which again is common with the San Elijo, Encina, Oceanside, San Juan Creek, and Aliso Creek outfalls. Those 5 both kind of discharge by themselves into large areas where they have very efficient outfalls, and they behave very different than like the LA or Orange County sand district discharges, which involve very massive quantities of water. So if you were to compare the Oceanside results here in plume tracking to what we saw at Encina and Santa Leo and what we're likely to see for Saukwa's discharges, I think you'll see the results are very, very similar just because the 5 outfalls behave very, very similarly. There's a question also that the NPDES permit allowed us to pose in the work plan, and that was, does the plume tracking work really tell us anything we didn't already know? These agencies spent like over $250,000 for these one-time studies, and are we getting our money's worth? To me, it really didn't tell us anything we didn't know. However, it really did confirm and emphasize the fact that these 5 North San Diego County and South Orange County outfalls behave differently from the so-called textbook discharges, and that the discharge quantities are modest. You have a lot of dilution and dispersion, and they break into these little remnants instead of having this big mass of wastewater that moves around. So it doesn't necessarily tell us anything new, but it certainly confirms how rapid the discharges become broken up. Well, we've talked about where the discharge goes. Let's see what effect it has on receiving water quality. And we monitor receiving water quality at a number of locations, particularly a series of stations called the nearshore stations, which are the 30-foot depth contour, series of A stations near the outfall, B stations, which are reference stations, and shore stations as well. Physical parameters and bacteriological parameters are both assessed at these stations. Let's first take a look at physical parameters. I'd indicated that temperature is a very, very important parameter here. It is odd, well, perhaps odd, that our discharge does not affect ocean water temperature, but ocean water temperature sure affects the discharge in forming this pycnocline or thermocline that can separate the shallow waters from the deep. I picked this particular profile out because it is literally like a textbook version that you'd see in your college class on outfall behavior, where in February, the red line shows that we have a very well-mixed vertical profile. Temperatures in the surface aren't that much different from those below. When we get to April in yellow, the surface waters start warming up a bit, but the deep waters still are cooler. As we get to September, the surface waters have warmed up to the point where they're 70, and we have a very strong thermocline, whereas the deep waters are still in the 50s. This gives rise to kind of the standard model that we see here, where we have the thermocline or pycnocline separating the epilimnion and hypolimnion. And again, that forms not only in the ocean, but in deep inland lakes as well, kind of a common occurrence. I wanted to show something that happened in 2022 that's of interest. You've heard of an upwelling event in the ocean, probably. We had a classic example here. In February, we have our normal February conditions where temperatures at the surface and at depth are in the 50s. Then boom, suddenly in April, we get a mass of this upwelled water that's from deep areas that's cold, and the temperatures just plummet throughout the water profile. Even when you get into July, as shown in green there, while surface temperatures have increased significantly, temperatures in the hypolimnion are still very, very cold, and you get an even stronger thermocline or pycnocline effect during these upwelling conditions than you do during the normal ones. That raises a question, however, is that if the epilimnion, which is subject to aeration from wind and surface actions, is separated from the hypolimnion, what about dissolved oxygen in a hypolimnion? We know in inland surface water lakes, it's very common for dissolved oxygen concentrations in the bottom of the lake to go to zero as oxygen gets consumed by degrading sediments. We don't see that at all in this situation here, though, for a couple of reasons. One is that there's concentrations of dissolved oxygen in the discharge itself. And secondly, as we'd noted, the oxygen demand concentrations in the discharge are very low. So as a result, on the graph on the right, we see there is a decline in dissolved oxygen as we go from surface waters to depth. Dissolved oxygen values still remain well within acceptable limits for supporting all ranges of habitat. With respect to pH, we see the same thing. Virtually no difference between our receiving water stations that are close to the outfall and those reference stations that are far away. And the same thing here with light transmitting as well. So that's an overall look at some of the physical parameters that we monitor in the ocean. How about bacteriological quality? We monitor them again from locations ranging from the shore to offshore, while what is discharged onshore stays onshore and what's discharged offshore stays offshore. Nonetheless, we are required to monitor the shore stations. And a lot of information here, but if you kind of put your attention on the line that deals with the percentages, percent of fecal coliform samples less than the single sample maximum limit of 400 colony forming units per 100 milliliters, and the enterococcus values that are less than 110 colony forming units, which is essentially the 90th percentile standard. We can see that our beaches actually do pretty well, particularly under dry conditions, because the Heel of the Bay report card that was issued for 2023-24 showed grades of A for all the oceanside beaches here. But take a look at what happens under storm conditions. Station S3, which is located at the mouth of Loma Alta Creek, and Station S2, which is just south of there, gets impacted by what is happening on the shore. Again, not outfall related, but it does emphasize the fact that what's discharged near the shore stays near the shore. The in stations are a series of kind of a picket line of stations between the shore and the outfall. And I've always felt that these are very, very important stations in assessing outfall discharges, because the data collected at the in stations really shows that what's going on in the coast doesn't affect what's going on in offshore waters, and what's going on in offshore waters doesn't affect what's going on in the coast. We see that here with respect to bacteriological concentrations, where 100% compliance in all the nearshore stations with beach water quality standards. In fact, I've gone back to the records over 40 years, and it's very rare to see anything happening at one of the nearshore stations that shows influence from shore. And it's also very rare to have anything happen at the nearshore stations that shows influence from the outfall. What is really useful, however, we have a series of stations, A1 through A5, that are literally right at the outfall. One of them is on the pipe itself, and the other four are very, very close. And with stations this close to the outfall, you'd expect that we might see an occasional hit with respect to bacteriological concentrations, indicating that the outfall discharge is impinged upon that location. And we, in fact, do see that, an occasional instance where fecal coliform exceeds 400 colony forming units per 100 milliliters. There's kind of an old saying that 1 can be an anomaly, 2 might be a coincidence, 3 is a trend. We kind of see a trend here at Station A2. 4 out of 15 samples exceeded 400 colony forming units. That's something we've also seen from past data as well. In fact, if we take a look at enterococcus data, again, we had some exceedances at that location there. There had been some speculation by some in the past that, well, this is just bad luck. As a result of that, the regional board imposed some special testing for a human DNA marker, HF, 183. So there are 4 instances where we had fecal coliform exceedances near the outfall. In every one of those samples, we detected HF183. Albeit at a concentration that was below the level of quantification. So it's there, it's just not there very much. But the conclusion I reach is that despite the fact that these concentrations were below the quantification limit, combination of positive results from the HF183 combined with what we learned from the plume tracking, I think that indicates that these periodic exceedances are outfall related. Again, they're occurring right next to the outfall. And I think there's a reason for this, and the plume tracking's results kind of indicate this. Whenever we are out there in the plume tracking, we notice there's pretty strong currents, either one direction or the other, almost all the time. And these currents can have a tendency of bending or warping the zone of initial dilution, or the portion of the ocean where the discharge is diluted through the momentum of the discharge combined with the buoyancy of the discharge. And I think there's a reasonable chance under certain trapping conditions and certain ocean current conditions, because the monitoring stations are so close to the outfall itself, that we are actually capturing an event where we're getting a concentration before initial dilution is completed. What does this mean with respect to effect on beneficial uses? Well, there are no observed Rec 1 beneficial uses at depth at any of these stations near the outfall. And we do need a combination of special events to cause these exceedances to occur. The good news, however, is that whatever is happening there, it will be resolved with the planned shutdown of the La Salina plant. Now, the La Salina plant exists right on the ocean, and there isn't sufficient room at that facility to implement disinfection and dechlorination. And so that discharge goes into the ocean without benefit of disinfection. At the inland plants, that's not the case. We have the ability to do that. So when the La Salina plant is shut down, that effluent is moved inland to the San Luis Rey plant. We'll be able to provide a disinfected effluent, and any exceedances that we've seen in the past should go away. Yes, Dr. Olson?
When is it estimated to be shut down?
I will leave that to the city.
Thank you for that question. So we're actively in design and completing that and starting construction of the portions of the 2 lift stations and about 9 miles of pipeline to construct that. We estimate that we would be starting decommissioning of that plant in about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. Thank you.
That's a good break, Dr. Olson, because I would like to divert from my presentation just for a moment and jump on my soapbox and point out to you, if you're not aware of the fact, there's what I call a regulatory quirk that exists in this region. The Ocean Plan establishes Rec 1 standards for the protection of body contact beneficial uses, and those water quality standards are established to protect our most vulnerable portions of the population, notably children and the elderly, from waterborne disease. When the Basin Plan was originally established in the 1970s, it used the Ocean Plan definition of Rec 1 areas being 1,000 feet from shore or at a 30-foot depth. And the Basin Plan back then also listed every single little beach and area that these standards applied to. When the Basin Plan was modified in 1994, the thinking was, let's just rely on the language from the Ocean Plan. So they implemented the Ocean Plan language that Rec 1 uses within 1,000 feet of the shore within 30-foot depth contour. They had a little table in there, which still exists, which shows Pacific Ocean check mark for Rec 1. After 94, however, the state modified the Ocean Plan to include also, in addition to areas within 30-foot depth contour within 1,000 feet and designated kelp beds, quote, any other area designated by the regional board as Rec 1. EPA came along in the late 1990s and informed the regional board that, hey, you've got this table in the Basin Plan that says Pacific Ocean Rec 1. You haven't identified where within the Pacific Ocean those Rec 1 standards apply. We're assuming you meet everywhere. And since that time, your staff has been instructed by EPA to apply these standards throughout all state regulated waters. This is the only region where that occurs, the only region where that quirk of the Basin Plan occurs. It is something that can be easily corrected, but through your triennial review process, there are a lot of very other important Basin Plan modifications that seem to take priority all the time. But I did want to bring this to your attention because this is the only region where the same standards that are developed to protect children at the beach are also applied 3 miles offshore to depth of 300 feet. Just again, I think I'm correct in calling it somewhat of a regulatory quirk. With respect to monitoring questions, other than that issue of occasional bacteriological exceedances, we are meeting the receiving water standards. The water quality doesn't appear to be changing over time. And we don't see any major effects associated with the discharge other than that bacteriological exceedance issue at stations near the outfall. That brings us to the last of our monitoring areas, sediment and habitat data. Here, there are 5 different areas: sediment chemistry, toxicity, benthic and bioaccumulation monitoring. If this were an election, I would have to tell you that we have early polling results in, but all precincts have not yet reported. Because unfortunately, due to a communication error within the city here, current city staff were under the impression that all monitoring data had been contracted out. When we started getting that monitoring data a couple of months ago, we asked, where's the rest of it? And the answer was, this is all we were asked to do. And going back and checking the files, sure enough. So the city has gone into kind of special contracting mode here and arranged with another contractor to go out and collect samples at the stations that were omitted from the original round of sampling. Again, a mistake, we can't sugarcoat it, but we do have a lot of information from regional SQUIRP sampling, both from the Byte 18 surveys, which weren't available at the time these permits were adopted. And SQUIRP also made available to us preliminary data from the Byte 23 exercise, even though those haven't been published or fully quality controlled yet. Let's first take a look at sediment. Again, a lot of information here, but the point I will make is as shown in the column in the right. Typical concentrations we see in the Southern California Bight is kind of what we see in our area near the outfall with respect to toxic inorganic constituents. The same thing with respect to toxic organic constituents. Nothing sticks out as being unusual there. Sediment toxicity, again, all the samples as part of the Byte 18 and Byte 23 work has fallen within what the state defines as non-toxic. One thing that is really a good, useful indicator of effects of the discharge is the benthic community. Again, we're discharging to a sandy environment. If you look at the bottom picture there, you're seeing virtually nothing except one tiny little starfish. That's kind of what the sediments look like. But boy, when you collect samples from those sediments, and the samples actually are collected from a 1/10 of a square meter, it's about a square foot. Look what you get in just 1 square foot of sand. In our monitoring here, stations near the outfall, geez, we're getting 70, 80, nearly 90 different species in that square foot of sediment. I've also calculated a number of diversity indices based on the species data that are provided there. And if we look at the Shannon Diversity Index, for example, values all in areas where we would expect when we have a very high level of species diversity. Source Dominance Index, again, very high numbers, indicates we have a very, very healthy benthic habitat. Again, even though if you just look at it, it just looks like a bunch of sand from the photos. There's a lot going on within that, all sorts of creatures that are living and thriving in the benthic. We also have some limited trawl data, and that is taking a look through literally dragging nets across the surface of what type of organisms exist on or near the surface. The data we have here with respect to fish show that we have a number of fish species, again, healthy environment. I would point out at that one station, B18 10269, we did identify 7 anomalies, including a parasite on 1 and fin erosion on 3 and 3 with tumors. But when compared to the population of 1,700 organisms, that's less than 0.5%, well within the range that we normally see in the Southern California Bight here. And the megabenthics, or the large invertebrates, again, the type of creatures we see there, prawns, octopus, urchins, starfish, et cetera, very common to the area. So all of the data collected to date indicate that we have a very healthy environment. What about bioaccumulation? We have a number of bioaccumulation samples that come from the Byte 18 data. Again, we don't have the Byte 23 data, and we're still missing some data from our own outfall stations here. But these data indicate that if you are a man or a woman above childbearing age, you can eat 8 ounces of fish 4 times a week over an entire lifetime and not incur a 1 in a million risk of cancer. If you are a child or a woman of childbearing age during those years, they recommend that this be cut in half and you only have 8 ounces of fish twice a week to prevent that 1 in a million cancer risk. But the bottom line is the fish in the area seem very safe to eat. With respect to our monitoring questions that are posted in the NPDES permits, again, we have to caveat this saying we don't have the additional data from some of the outfall stations yet, but that's being collected in January, and we expect to have the results sometime in the spring of next year. We're not seeing any degradation in sediment quality. We don't see any degradation in benthic communities. Fish and marine organisms seem healthy, and there's no appreciable bioaccumulation. So bottom line is, with respect to the benthic habitat and the biological habitat monitoring, with the partial data we have, indicate things are pretty good. Our overall conclusions on state of the ocean. First, with respect to discharge quality, as I've indicated, we've complied with all of the effluent standards, both in terms of concentrations, mass emissions, and with toxicity as well. With respect to outfall performance, the outfall is performing very well, achieving a high degree of dilution, a dilution substantially better typically than what's called for in the NPDES permit. With respect to receiving water quality, we do have those issues with bacteriological exceedances near the outfall. And while there's no beneficial uses of REC 1 there, the fact of the matter is EPA says those beneficial uses apply. And so we're supposed to be complying with those in accordance with this EPA directive. And as we can see, particularly in the last several years at Station A2 at depth, we've had literally about a quarter of the time we've had an exceedance of those limits. I might also point out something with respect to ammonia and nitrogen. While I showed that we have mass emissions of ammonia that are far below the permit authorized limits, I believe that it's unlikely that these are going to help or contribute to algae blooms, principally because during the months when algae blooms are most likely in the summer, that's when we have the strongest instance of thermal stratification, where the stuff discharged below the pycnocline doesn't reach the upper waters that have a lot of sunlight and the like. And so it's highly unlikely that the discharge would be contributing to any nutrient blooms in this particular area. Sediment, again, from a standpoint of sediment, we're meeting all the state board reference concentration limits, no problems with respect to sediment quality. With respect to benthic community, fish, megabenthics, bioaccumulation, and anomalies in organisms, nothing out of the ordinary there either. It gets us to the final area of the NPDES permit monitoring questions is your monitoring program adequate? With respect to the effluent monitoring, the answer is yes. With respect to the receiving water monitoring, it's a qualified yes too. There are a couple of stations, the shoreline stations S6 and S7, and nearshore stations N6 and N7, which plume tracking work shows is just too far out for the outfall to be any influence. So the board could, at your discretion, eliminate those without causing any damage to our ability to make sense of the data. HF 183 testing, which was required as part of the last permit, I think that's shown that if we have any exceedances near the outfall, those are outfall related. So there should be no need to continue that. Further plume tracking studies are not necessary either. We've taken a look at atypical and typical conditions. The conclusions confirm what we've known from the old type of monitoring, which is sample receiving water sampling data. So there doesn't appear to be any need to have any additional plume tracking work in the updated permits for these agencies. So that is an overall picture of the state of the ocean at this outfall. Again, very similar picture to what we're seeing at the other, what I call small outfalls, those that have the 10 to 20 million gallon range. Discharge by themselves includes Encina, San Elijo, Oceanside, San Juan Creek, and Aliso Creek. Kind of seeing the same thing with the receiving water monitoring, plume tracking for all of these. Different kettle of fish than, say, Orange County Sand District or LA Hyperion. At this point, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Chair Cantu had to leave for a previous appointment. So are there any questions? Yes, please.
I have a quick question. You mentioned the remnants, but I don't recall. I might have missed it. But how long does it stay? I mean, I know it's the remnants are very.
They're very transitory, and generally speaking, it's on the order of minutes, not hours or days. But it could be dozens of minutes because, again, these we've seen them as far as 1,600 feet away, and so at the current speeds we have there, we could be looking at 40, 50 minutes under certain conditions where we see these remnants. Again, it varies with respect to the current conditions, the trapping conditions, and the differences in current with respect to individual depths. If we have a slightly higher current here than here, that tends to shear off and form these little remnants. And the acoustic Doppler current profilers allowed a pretty good picture to be developed of what the ocean currents are. It's not the same current just moving in bulk. There's a lot of intricate things going on there that tends to shear and kind of rip these discharges, at least the small discharges that the 5 here, into little pieces. And again, those pieces can exist for a number of minutes to the dozens of minutes.
This is a minor thing. On the fish tissue studies, it showed significant amount of mercury. I know it's well below the level. My understanding is if that's methyl mercury, it's airborne sourced. Do we know that?
Well, we see the same thing in the lakes, incidentally.
Right,
In the lakes, there has been a lot of talk that it is airborne. With respect to the ocean environment, though, because that essentially gets all surface runoff and the like, I don't know that we can quite make the conclusion that, oh, it's not a result of anything done by man or by natural environment. It's not necessarily somebody else's airborne problem. So,
right. Thank you.
Again, different story with inland lakes, however.
I have a few questions.
Yes.
I would like a question about the brine discharge.
Mhm.
I would like to know what constituents of concern, if any, are in the groundwater itself, and what volume the brine is compared to wherever it's discharged.
The volume of the brine for our discharges here represent less than 10% of the total. And the groundwater that is taken up is not water that has any particular toxic issue associated with it. We're trying to remove just the salt.
Well, I realize it's
Yeah.
probably for salt, but
But
still PFOA and PFOS
Yeah.
seems to be everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not in your groundwater.
Right. Well, again, we don't have data on that and its contribution to the discharge here as a
All right,
result of
I
our
see a
monitoring so
hand.
far.
I'm sorry, sir.
Ma'am, Commander Steve Ramsey, Public Works Officer. Ma'am, Board, Commander Steve Ramsey, Public Works Officer at Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. We have, as of April of 23, we implemented LGAC, on the advanced treatment, liquid phase granular activated carbon,
Mhm.
which strips out. We
Yes.
have a history since then of non-detect for PFAS. So all of that comes out of all the PFAS that comes out of the groundwater is being removed by the LGAC and ends up in so it doesn't go through the brine system at all.
Brine. Okay, great. Thank you.
And Oceanside just informed me they have some results as well.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. We are similar to Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. We do see the PFAS in the groundwater that we're pumping out of the ground. However, our treatment systems are removing it to non-detect levels to the distribution system. So we are seeing it, but they're all below the monitoring levels and below the reporting levels.
And your treatment system then also is GAC?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Might point out one additional thing with respect to that question. For the individual brine discharges, typically the monitoring associated with those for effluent conformance basis takes a look at technology-based standards, and the toxic compounds are evaluated after mixing with everything else. So in some instances, we don't necessarily have the same degree of water quality data with respect to toxic compounds from the groundwater treatment facilities that we would have for the combined discharge.
But I do believe it's going to be increasing in the future.
Yes.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And hopefully your treatment will remain a good thing too. So my last one is, I just wanted to ask a question. Oh, I have two more actually. I apologize. I wanted to ask a question about A2, which you said about a quarter of the time has exceedances. So what
At
is, I think you said that's the depth or something
Yeah,
isn't where people normally are. or
Yeah,
something, so it's not a restaurant?
station A2 at depth, at the mid-depth point, is 50 feet below the surface. And so we haven't identified any activities that would indicate any recreational beneficial uses 50 feet below the surface there.
All right. Well, I'd like to ask Ms. Lim, do you agree with that finding? Does the regional board agree with that finding? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about actual beneficial uses, not designated. Because as part of collecting samples, the discharger is required to make visual observations. And so if anyone is diving or swimming in the area, that would be noted. We've received no such reports of visual evidence of anybody recreating at depth in this particular, by the outfall.
Well, I'd like to ask our executive officer, I commend you on your thorough job, and this isn't a criticism,
No.
it's actually just a question. Are we going to look at this further, or is that we accept that designation, or how do we proceed when, in a sense, you're saying it's not an issue, but I don't know
Well,
if the state has to.
What
say
I
it's-
was saying is that we are exceeding the standards as applied right now.
Right.
I'm saying, however, that there are not people that are recreating at that depth in that location. So while this is a technical violation from a standpoint of an impact to a particular person, there is none.
That's wonderful. But I always look forward as we march forward into the future. And it's no criticism of what you're doing at this time. But is this something we'll come back to?
I believe so, Vice Chair Olson. I think that with the next triennial review, the update for the Rec 1, Rec 2 beneficial use water quality objectives, that this could be one of the issues that we look at. While we're looking primarily at surface waters and especially the 20 beaches and creeks TMDL, this could be a sub-issue that we also address in our proposal for the board's consideration with the next triennial review cycle.
And it's
It
Dr.
will
Welch.
be, however, as always, a function of limited staff resources.
Yes. Always.
As has already been indicated. And that's an issue right now where we simply don't have the personnel year authority that we need to have for all the triennial review basin projects. That said, I do not think that this one is a significant amount of work for us to consider with the larger body of work.
Again,
So
depending
just-
upon how the board chooses to handle it, however, because if you look at the other basin plans, there are some boards that literally just take the ocean plan and take that as the Rec 1. There are other boards like Region 8, I believe, that actually has an offshore water quality standard and a Rec 1 standard. The offshore standard is not as stringent as the Rec 1. And so if you were to go that route, obviously there would be more work involved in laying the groundwork for such a standard.
I dare say we would probably look first and foremost to the ocean plan and keep it simple.
Okay. I just have one other question. What is a below quantification detection of HF 183? I've never quite heard of that before.
You've heard in looking at water quality samples, have you ever heard of a designated detected, not quantified?
No, well, my laboratory never used that. I don't
Okay,
know.
well, it is common that there's two things in laboratories that are commonly used. Actually several. One is a method detection limit, which is a statistical limit that basically gives you a high degree of confidence that if you detect it there, it's there. There's something called a reporting limit often, and sometimes it's called a quantification limit, which is a limit higher than the method detection limit. And so at that area, you have enough information to reliably say it's there, but you don't have enough information to reliably quantify it. And so those results typically are reported as detected, not quantified. If you look at any of the ocean outfall monitoring reports submitted to the regional board over the course of the year, it's likely you're going to see several of those, particularly with respect to constituents where there is very, very low detection limits. And we really don't have an ability to accurately quantify them at those limits, but we can detect them.
Great. Well, I appreciate your extensive report. I just had two questions. One, is this going to be up on our website? And will there also be a link to the report? You referred to a report.
The
that you said was
MBI,
this
yeah, the
interesting.
MBI plume tracking report.
Mhm.
I don't know that is on, it was submitted to the regional board, but I don't think that was available to board members at there was a report by MBI International, Michael Baker International, for the plume tracking. And that was submitted by the city to the state's reporting system.
Yeah, as for the Michael Baker report, I'm not sure what the status of that is. With regard to the presentation, our executive assistant informs me that it is ADA compliant and we can put it up on our website for a time for the public to see with respect to this item. It'd probably be attached to this agenda item
Okay,
materials.
wonderful. Well,
And again, if you have any difficulty getting copies of that report, we can provide you with a copy, because again, it's, if you like technical reading, there's a lot of really good stuff in that.
I'm sure, but it was a lot of information, so I know that there's some things I have to look back at
Yes.
myself.
And again, I tried to simplify it and put a lot of it into common English. And I apologize to Max Shatila and Dr. Scott Jenkins. And I think Scott is on the Zoom right now, if there are any questions with respect to him. Oh, just Mac is available.
Okay, that's great. Well, that concludes this item unless there's anyone from the audience or on Zoom who would like to make any comments. Seeing none, then I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and staying, and the meeting is adjourned. Yeah, that's actually, I think I noticed the Friday night, they have a double day in. That's